Mr. Rajesh Khurana, Head Consumer Business,
Om
Within Technology,
Ganganapataye Namo
and Mr.
Namaha Shri
Kuldeep
Siddhi
Singh, General
Vinayak
Secretary,
Namo
SIDDA.
Namaha. Om Ganganapataye Namo Namaha Shri Siddhi Vinayak Namo Namaha Ashtavinayak Namo Namaha Ganapati Bappa Moraya.
Om Ganganapataye Namo Namaha Shri Siddhi Vinayak Namo Namaha Ashtavinayak Namo Namaha Ganapati Bappa Moraya.
Om Ganganapataye Namo Namaha Shri Siddhi Vinayak Namo Namaha Ashtavinayak Namo Namaha Ganapati Bappa Moraya.
Om Ganganapataye Namo Namaha Shri Siddhi Vinayak Namo Namaha Ashtavinayak Namo Namaha Ganapati Bappa Moraya.
I request Mr. Soban Roy, editorial director and founder of NCN Magazine and Roy Media, to come and share a few words before we begin the event. Mr. Soban Roy, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Johar. Thank you, everyone, for coming to our 16th NCN Summit and Award Night. And this is a gaming fourth edition. We have taken this initiative to grow how to understand the gaming segment. So today this is our fourth session of the gaming, and the summit will be in a four different part. First is we will be starting with the gaming. Second, we will talk about the technology and trend. Third is about the distribution, VD distribution, and fourth one we will talk about association role, how the association is helping all. I hope this panel discussion will be give you the knowledge and what are the opportunities in the technology wise and how the market is growing. It will be added to your value added to your knowledge, and you will get something from here, new innovation also. Thank you again, and wishing you all the nominee who nominate for the award also for the gaming, all the best for all. Thank you.
So now we are going to have an opening keynote by Mr. Pawan Avasti, Head Consumer Marketing at NVIDIA India. So this keynote will be delivered online because he could not come due to his engagements. Physically he is not present here. Now we will have an online opening keynote.
So I guess we have passed the technical challenge. I think you can hear me, you can see me. So let me just begin all over again. Thank you very much, Sopran. Thank you very much, NCN team, for giving me an opportunity to be present among yourselves, ourselves. I really wanted to be there physically present, but because of the work commitment, I couldn't do it. So my apologies. But you know, NCN has been kind of very close to our heart, very close to me personally, because of the very long association. So I could not resist myself but to come and present it to you virtually and talk to you. So without much further ado, and I know that I have a limited time, a lot to cover. Once again, welcome everyone to this NCN channel conference 2024 in Delhi, and I'm very happy to be here. You have been listening to us at NVIDIA, especially the consumer team, the team who runs the GeForce business, talking about gaming a lot. Gaming has been, our bread and butter. We have been at the forefront of it, and we have been at the center of it. And we continue to be at the center of the PC gaming revolution, which is happening worldwide. But in the last year or so, this gaming conversation has kind of changed into a different kind of a conversation. And that conversation topic is artificial intelligence, or simply saying AI, basically. This AI has been creating lots of wave. So I'll just briefly give you a little background that why it is happening and what kind of role that we as a leader in AI space in the world, NVIDIA is doing on the consumer space. On the enterprise space, on the government space, you guys are all aware what NVIDIA has been doing, and this is not really is the topic of today's conversation. So I'll quickly skip to what it means to us as a consumer, what it means to us as a gamer, what it means to us as a creator, what it means to us as a student, as a software developer, as engineering students, and so on and so forth. So so the way we explain this AI excitement is that we call it iPhone moment of AI. Like way back in 2008-9 when the first iPhone was announced, it kind of changed the way people used to consume content. It kind of changed the way people used to use mobile phones. It kind of changed the way that people used to do mobile computing. Similarly, this moment is an iPhone moment of that, the AI proliferation. One of the data points that we have in front of us is there on the left side of my screen basically. So these are the multiple applications that you are seeing here, and how much time it has required by each of these applications to reach 100 million downloads or 100 million users. So you can say the Uber and Spotify, Pinterest, and even Instagram and TikTok, they all took anywhere between 9 to 70 months time basically to get to the 100 million users. ChatGPT, which is a killer application for the artificial intelligence, were able to do it in 2 months' time, and it was first launched in the month of, I think, October or November 2022. We have more than 10 million people, and that's an old data, who are using Stable Diffusion. Stable Diffusion is an application which you input as a text and gives you an output in images and the video using AI engine. So more than 10 million people, as per the old data, use Stable Diffusion on a daily basis. So it tells you that how the consumer is consuming the AI-related content and how the AI proliferation is happening at the consumer level. And why it is happening. So, AI is not a kind of a B2B initiative. It is actually everywhere. It is there at the customer level, it is there at the consumer level, and that's why we proudly call it AI is everywhere. So if you talk about 4 different use cases, for example, if you are a creator, if you are a content creator, there are hundreds of AI-powered applications are available as of today, which can help you to create content using the power of AI without actually having a real creative hands-on experience. Now, on the left side, the image that you are watching here or seeing here is just based on some text prompt that I have entered into one of the application, saying that, cat with bright eyes and holy colors, or the colors basically during Holi. So this is the image which was generated by AI. So that is on the content creation side. We also have AI's proliferation happening on the study level, at a software development level. Now, if you're a software developer, actually the way it is happening is that software is writing software because of the artificial intelligence advancement. Actually, the software is writing the software. Lots of things are happening based on the prompts. You don't really have to write thousands and thousands of the lines of the software to get to do it what it does and use that time and the productivity elsewhere. Third use case has been very prominent and very relevant to this topic also, the AI-powered gaming, which has been there for the longest time. As of this moment, we have more than 500 AI-powered applications which are powered by NVIDIA's RTX GPUs. So we started powering the gaming through AI way back in 2018 when we launched our first ray tracing GPUs or RTX GPUs as we know it. Back in those days, nobody was talking about it, but come to 2024, we have 500 applications, including more than 300 very popular games, which are powered by the AI engine. The deep learning super sample or the DLSS engine that we have inside our GPUs does exactly like that only. The ray tracing course inside of our GPUs actually does the same thing, wherein out of the 8 frames which are rendered while you are playing a game, 1 is only rendered and 7 is AI rendered through the AI. So it's saving lots of time, it is increasing the quality, and it is giving you a realistic, immersive experience. Now the last use case, which is AI for every day. So for example, this online connection that we are having, and I'm talking to you through this online virtual platform. If you integrate NVIDIA Broadcast, which is a free download utility, I can maintain eye contact with you without actually looking at you also. I can blur my background, I can use noise cancelling feature without having a noise cancellation for the headphone with me. So this is for everyone. And last but not the least, as we are moving into the AI PC age or the AI PC arena, where we are saying that every PC of new kind of a processing called AI PC with NPU as a processor. Yeah. Okay. I thought somebody's talking to me. So for example, we have this NPU, which is a new kind of processing, which requires a very low power. It can be always on. It can do your light AI workload. So if you have a light usage of the AI, this particular kind of a processor or this particular kind of an approach is good. But if you want to do a little bit of better AI, little bit of quality AI, little bit of premium AI, then you need to have a PC or a laptop which is powered by these processors plus RTX GPU. The moment you combine the RTX GPUs with any processor, it delivers heavy AI performance, large model, always on demand. You don't have to be dependent on the cloud usage of the AI, and of course it's very fast. Not to forget the gaming benefit that you can have with this kind of a component. And for a very heavy AI usage, which is meant for the developers and the businesses and the B2B kind of an industry, there is a cloud-based AI power which is available, powered by our data center GPUs. So that's the third use case for the AIs on the window that I'm talking about from the customer point of view. This is the last slide from my side. As far as our product is concerned, ultimately I'm from NVIDIA. I manage the consumer business, so I have to talk about GeForce products basically. So very quickly from the laptop perspective, if you see that starting from our basic 40 series, 4050 GPU laptop on the right side to the 4090, the highest end of the laptop GPU, you can see the AI tops or the AI trillion operations per second, which is a benchmark for the AI performance. It delivers more than almost 200 AI tops with the basic 4050 GPU to almost 686 or the 700 AI tops on the 4090 kind of a laptop GPU. So yes, I mean, I'll just quickly take a pause. I hope it has been useful conversation to you. Yeah, thank you.
About the gaming industry. And now, before we start the panel discussions, I want to give a brief roundup about this event. Coming to this summit is specially designed to give the audience the business critical information related to the latest technology and market trends in the ICT industry. This event includes 4 highly informative panel discussions where panelists who are the senior executives, entrepreneurs, technocrats, and veterans from the ICT industry will share their valuable insights, ideas, and knowledge, and in a way that helps the partners to take their businesses to the next level. We have 4 engaging panel discussions here. First panel discussion speaks about trends and opportunities, challenges and future scope in the digital gaming space. And panel discussion 2 discusses about the latest ICT technologies, the changing business dynamics and their impact on the vendor partner ecosystem. And the third panel discussion is on distribution business, how to take your distribution the business to the next level in today's dynamic business scenario. And the fourth panel discussion is how the ICT associations resolve the issues of vendors and partners, negotiate with the government, and help the partners to resolve their issues. Now let us start with the first panel discussion. The first panel discussion is about the opportunities and challenges in the digital gaming space. Today, gaming is one of the fastest growing segments in the ICT industry. I request the panelists, as I read out their names one by one, to come on to the stage and occupy the seats.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Good morning on a rainy Delhi day. Good to see we still have people coming and making efforts to reach here. And especially thanks to Swapnanda, because it's so good to see gaming discussion being the first panel which is scheduled for the day, which is a game changer by itself, because earlier all these channel meets and ICT panels, everything was about computing, about ICT, about IoT, about AI, but really heartwarming to see gaming taking a forefront and start the day with gaming. With this, I also take a liberty. We gamers are literally difficult to stand and sit in one place. I will go with the hand mic and keep moving around. I hope that's okay with you all. Better. Yeah, I think, this is always happens with me. Always. I think, jo log mujhe jante hain, whenever I come on stage, I get greeted with these whistles around me. But anyways, I hope we are able to manage that. You want me to do a sound check or we are fine? We're fine? Great. Cool. That was quick. Okay. So, I'll mix this. It's going to be about, like Sir said, Swapnanda is very excited about talking about the sunrise industry of gaming, and especially in India. And, that's how I start. I mean, what's a big deal about this? I mean, it's been gaming. हम लोग gaming के बारे में बात करें probably about 10, 15, 20 years. I've been into gaming for almost 20 years. But now it's becoming one of the buzzwords of the industry, and it's becoming something which everybody wants to talk about, everybody wants to get into. But when you look at it, and I have been having this discussion that when you say gaming for India, it's all about mobile gaming, right? Gaming bola to it's on mobile, your PUBGs, your Dream 11, your so-called gambling, which is basically we call it as RMG, real money gaming. That's what comes to everyone's mind. And it's not incorrect to say that, because right now India is a mobile first country. And very basic reasons for that. Exposure to mobile phones happens as early as 7-8 years probably, or even earlier now. We always say that our newer generation, the babies, they come to this world with all the gadgets in their hand. We don't need to teach them how to switch on a phone, how to take a selfie, how to therefore also start playing games on it. Add on to that, when a kid goes out, when he leaves for his coaching classes or school which is far off, he's already given a mobile phone. So there is no barrier when it comes to devices. And then comes the data, which probably India, I think, if I'm not wrong to say this, it's the cheapest across the globe. The data we consume is very, very cheap, and therefore all these three entry barriers are nowhere there to get youngsters, babies and kids and infants to get exposed to gaming. So basically, who is a gamer? So, that's how it started, and that's where we say, any gamers over here? I know two, which I have already spoken. Okay, 3. But if I tell you, if you've read this or heard these words, Pac-Man, Mario, Contra, Road Rage, Virtual Cop, right? I think we've all played games in our life, and then came mobile when we started playing Candy Crush, Subway Surfer, Angry Birds. Everybody's done that, right? But then we don't call ourselves gamer because we think we are out of that. But let's be very honest to ourselves, we play games every day, be it on phone, on device, or in office, or within friends and families, we do game. So that's what gaming was all about. But then 2020 happened. And what happened in 2020? Of course, the first thing that we remember is COVID. But along with COVID, something else happened. Till 2020, PC gaming was booming, right? It was all about esports tournament, all about this prize pool, which earlier used to be in 50,000, 1 lakh. The first esports tournament was for the year, had a prize pool of 10 lakhs, the first, which was in 2016. By 2019, by 2020, this prize pool became 1.2 crore. Right? Within 4 years, it was tenfold, which also meant there were spectators. And when we say spectators, like every sport, viewership went up. People started watching these live streams, people started watching these games, go to a LAN tournament and see how their celebrity gamers are gaming. So that all happened. And when this was happening, it was about to become a mainline sporting event, like what cricket did to sports in India. Gaming or esports was supposed to happen in India, where people took this as a career opportunity. And that time we were saying we were about a couple of million gamers, which is roughly around 20 lakh in that phase. But then everybody was logged in. Now when everybody took it as a negative thing, for gaming, it was a big game changer, big industry revolution that happened, because mobile gaming surged. People were not able to move out, and it became one of the probably the best pastimes, one of the best hobbies, one of the best career option. People started looking at it. BGMI became a gaming revolution. There were gamers who have moved in from Candy Crush, Subway Surfer to actually playing so then called PUBG, and then Prime Minister talking about ye PUBG wala hai kya, getting into BGMI, getting into Call of Duty. A lot of other games happened on mobile. This also led, because now when you have people gaming, people also got into content creation. There was nothing as a content creation industry pre-COVID. There were people, but the way it surged during COVID, during pandemic, it became an industry by itself, right? And then there were gaming content creators. From gaming content creators, we saw, different type of content creator that happened. All these led to a huge spike in spectatorship. So the people who used to go to offline events to watch games now started watching streams across different platforms, be it to start with YouTube, then happened Twitch, then happened Instagram, YouTube Reels and everything. Now we are not surprised when we see somebody getting 1 million views on their videos. But that time, when you look at it, this is where the surge happened. Which also meant more people got interested into this. More people wanted to get into gaming. More people wanted to get into content creation. And all of this led to a big mobile gaming surge that happened in the whole Indian subcontinent, and India became a country where mobile gaming, everybody started looking into this country saying, oh, there are so many gamers here. And it became a buzzword or probably a sunrise industry during that time. So just some numbers. Obviously, we belong to a community where we believe in numbers. So very few. I'm not getting too much into detail because that's something which we will take up in the panel as well. Today, as we speak, a couple of millions pre-COVID, we are now talking about 500 million active gamers in the country. And when I say active, these are people who play game every day. 500 million, right? 50 crore. Out of this, there are 200 million gamers who want to improve their gaming experience. Never heard of this terminology called improve my gaming experience. I want to invest to get better experience. What are these better experience? Move from a substandard smartphones to probably flagship iPhones or flagship phones of the brands, or move to a larger screen, or get into games which are more immersive, get into AR, VR kind of concepts. That all happened. While this is happening, we're talking about 15,000 game developers and programmers in the country as we speak. And all of this, we are talking about 95% people on mobile games. Now, while it might seem that it becomes more of a mobile gameplay, why we as an ICT or a computing or a PC component people getting so excited about it, right? I'll come to that numbers as well. Out of this, there are 145 million RMG gamers which are into real money gaming. So all your Dream 11, fantasy sports, poker and rummy and all of that. There are 200 million casual gamers who are not gaming because of winning a competition, but just to compete with them within themselves or casually play some games. And there are 130 million serious gamers. And this is a big number when you look at it. 130 million serious gamers, right? Some more data. What happened during pandemic? Earlier it was more of a male-centric, 18-year, 20-year age group and all of that happening in big metro cities. Now it's no more just boys. There are 40% female gamers, of which 77% play games every day, at least once. There are 55% of gamers who are from non-metros. Language barrier is gone, but they still prefer regional languages when they play game. 50% video gamers are in the age bracket of 18 to 30 years. The age bracket is now grown. And we are talking about 45% gamers who got into gaming during pandemic. That's how the entire industry changed in last 5 years. Some reports, we were talking about, ठीक है game खेलते हैं, लेकिन how does it affect the economy? There are 144 million gamers who have paid while playing a game. And this is going to increase to 240 million by 2028. Meta, which is Facebook and Instagram, the head of Meta says that they are going to be, the industry is going to hit $7.5 billion by 2025, which is just a year from now. And in this next year, it's going to build 250,000, 2.5 lakh job opportunities in just 1 year in gaming itself. Now the reason I'm sharing all these numbers just to make you aware that gaming has changed in last 5 years. It's no more a very chota, time pass wala industry. There were 25 companies in 2015 who were around gaming. It's now into 1,400 gaming companies, and it's still growing. Any and every company who's associated with gaming, we are talking about 1,400 such companies. And 300 and more educational institutions are giving specialized gaming, doing specialized gaming courses, giving certifications and diplomas in the entire. It's not just playing games and becoming game masters. It's also about game development, game management, designing, casters, analysts. There are 30 different career options now. And while this happens, Indian government is not sitting on sides. This is something which we like as business professionals. They've allowed 100% FDIs in such gaming sector, and there are initiatives like AVGs, I'm sure everybody's heard about it, which is growing, developing, and it's going to make a big impact in this gaming industry. Prime Minister Modi ji meeting all these influencers became a buzzword. The idea is to bring this industry in forefront, and it is definitely creating a positive impact on overall economy. Esports has become a sporting event in Asian Games already. While we speak, there are proposals given to Olympics to become one of a sporting event in Olympics as well. Right? Global investments, if you look at it, $2.5 billion have poured into gaming industry from across the globe in India in last 5 years. Right? It's not just about number of gamers growing, but the investments are also growing. And forget about credit cards and all. The days are gone. UPI has made every person so the transactions are becoming so easy now. We don't need to worry about kid doesn't have a credit card. So why is it so interesting about PC? All this when we said 95% was mobile gamers. What is it about PC? If you look at a KPMG report, every mobile gamer who spends 18 months in gaming on mobile phone will shift to a larger screen. And India is predominantly PCs and laptops. Steam, which is Counter-Strike as a platform, I'm sure people who are into gaming would know this. Steam, who's owned by Valve, they said 150% growth in Indian gamer base in last 5 years. Right? Talk about 2 million, which was about in 2019, 150% growth. Right? There are 150 million PC, including laptop and console gamers. Of this 15 million, there are non-competing gamers, competing gamers, and esport athletes. And of this, 2.5 million are hardcore esport specialists. Right? What do we believe? Last couple of slides, making business sense. When we say 95%, the balance 5% is what we're looking at. Any calculations, can you do that? 5% of 500 million gamers. That is what we're talking about as PC base, right? And India being a youth population, youth country, new gamers are getting added into this every day. So, heard of this system called pyramids? This pyramid is about 500 million. Just look at the top of pyramid. We're talking about huge numbers. And therefore, don't wait for the trend. We should be the trend when we start growing this country, gaming country in this country. gaming is growing, PC gaming will play a much bigger role because all these 95% people will shift to PC gaming very soon. Once a gamer experiences a better hardware, larger screens, it will never go back. Think about yourself. If you're watching your TV screens, Ultra HD, 4K HD video, TV screens, can you move back to a normal LED TV? You won't, because your resolutions and your experience, you cannot go back to something which was poor. We are bringing this experience to India and taking it to gamer, and therefore we are saying let's grow together. It's not about competing, but making this ecosystem, building this ecosystem and growing together. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot to Mr. Vishal Parekh for his very informative industry view, and it is obvious that gaming industry presents a lot of opportunities for the partners, and there is a lot of scope, and first movers, first birds will get the best business. So we hope partners will make best of this opportunity before this segment gets saturated and consolidated. And now, before we start the first panel discussion, on trends, opportunities, challenges, and future scope in the digital gaming space. I request the moderator of the session, Mr. Sukanta De, to come on to the stage and take over the session. And Mr. Sukanta De is an MBA from IIM Kolkata, a BTech from IIT Kharagpur. He is an industry veteran who worked in the senior positions with several leading companies, and he is highly knowledgeable. And I request him to begin the panel discussion number 1.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Hello. Hello. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the 16th NCN. It is the 16th year that this program is going on, so you can understand the longevity of it. Gaming was introduced in this program only a few years back because it's a new business. And as already told by Mr. Vishal Parekh, the real acceleration of this business started in COVID because people were at home and they had to do something, and they started, getting into the gaming industry. So I'd like to invite my panel members to quickly come on stage. Mr. Varun Puri, Mr. Vishesh Mishra, Mr. Vishal Parekh, and we will be joined online by Mr. Kartik Rao and Mr. Saurabh Chakravarti of Samsung. So I'd like to start the discussion immediately without much ado, because we are running a little short of time. This is in India itself, this is about $1 billion industry already, and it's growing at a CAGR of about 13%. And a lot of new segments have come up in this industry, which all my expert panelists will talk about. I'd like to start the discussion kind of immediately with Mr. Varun Puri. Kindly introduce yourself, and then we'll get into the discussion. And I'd like to request him to talk about education in the gaming industry. Education is a large ecosystem. So you as a gamer can get educated. You as a software engineer can get educated. You can use the gaming technology for building the education business. For example, you can teach ABCD to small youngsters using the gaming infrastructure and industry. So education itself is a topic, it's a day-long topic. Tell us a little bit about it. The AI is the buzzword today, and the increased use of AI in building the gaming industry. The importance of communities in gaming. Suppose gaming have very specific communities. If somebody is interested in cricket in the gaming industry, in the digital gaming, he will only focus on cricket. Unlikely he'll focus on other communities. and of course the use of DLSS technology, which uses AI to upscale new graphics in hardware. So over to you, Mr. Puri.
Hello everyone. So I'm Varun Puri from Zotac marketing team. I've been mostly a professional gamer most of my life. So I've been playing video games since I was 3 years old. Afterwards, I've done multiple things. Pretty much everything there has to be done in gaming. I've done that for different brands, different games, different publishers, including like some things. The reason I'm mentioning this is because of the career scope that is in gaming. I've been a professional streamer, a gamer, then casting part, production, and now onto the marketing. So first of all, let's begin with the education in gaming. So there's a new trend I've noticed that there are multiple people trying to cash in into the gaming industry by offering various courses. While it's not a bad thing, something I've noticed as a young person, that first you pay these courses a good amount of money, then to get the jobs as well, you have to pay over there for internship. That's a trend going on in New India, where you have to pay to get internships instead of getting paid to work. So these are a couple of things that I believe are not going to help gaming progress, but there are certain things that many cafe owners are doing. There's certain things which there are big companies like, for example, the esports club, NVIDIA. These companies are getting interns and actually training them on how to execute different scenarios in gaming, from production to like management, influencer management. Actually, like influencer management is one of the biggest things in gaming industry right now. There are certain gaming influencers that are charging almost as much as tier 1 cricketers for different ad campaigns. Like we're talking about like 40-50 lakh rupees for a single YouTube video. That is something that is going on. Okay. Another thing about gaming is the community feedback is very important. So similarly, at Zotac, we work on the community part as well, where we connect with gamers through Discord and different mediums like Instagram, Facebook. So connecting with gamers is quite different than connecting with other segments of people. Cricket fans you would see anywhere, like in a restaurant, at a cafe, India-Pakistan match, these places are full. I am a cricket fan as well. But gamers, you would see only at certain events, like or gaming cafes. And it is very crucial to get a hold of them, because the community part is going to be the most challenging part when you try to reach out to your consumer. So DLS technology, I believe everyone knows about it already, just in case you don't. So our products, we make graphic cards, and what's special about them is NVIDIA has introduced a DLS technology where in the new GPUs, the 30 series and 40 series, the AI is used to super sample the frames and increase the performance. Like for example, in new games, if you're getting 80 FPS or something like that, with DLSS you can directly double it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Puri. I'd now like to go online with Mr. Karthik Rao, who leads the innovative sales and marketing function of I know 3D India. Over to you, Mr. Rao.
Thanks for having me on the panel. I believe Varun has covered most of the points. But I think one key point I've noticed while talking to gamers is that gaming is now used to educate as well. There are certain games like Minecraft, which there are a lot of gamers who've been playing. So this is purely from an education perspective, and of course there are few other game titles that are actively used to train kids, younger kids. And maybe up to let's say the 6th, 7th grade, and this is helping them learn more about subjects, and it's in a entertaining way.
Thank you, Mr. Rao. I'd now like to go over to Mr. Vivesh Mishra, who is the product marketing manager of DeepCool. He has a very interesting sort of a business structure. His manufacturing is all done in Beijing, and from there he exports it to the whole world, including India. And his product is probably one of the only brands in the world which is in the PCCL segment of the industry. And to tell you a lot about how he conceptualizes the entire product, designs the product, manufactures and exports it globally. And how his deep cool product is so flexible that it can work in different industries, different climates, and different time zones, etc. Over to you, Mr. Mishra.
First of all, thank you for having me on the panel. So, everyone, my name is Vishwesh Mishra, and I work for Deepcool as their product marketing manager. A small, recap upon myself. I have started my career as a reviewer, so I am very much of a product-oriented person. I believe in products that have an aim, that give a solution to a problem that maybe a consumer is facing, maybe a gamer, maybe a content creator, maybe anyone who's using a smart device such as a personal computer. So today we are having a discussion upon gaming and what every challenges people are facing and how this industry is gonna go forward in the coming future. So just a small recap upon the numbers that we stand at right now. The Indian gaming industry is valued at $3.1 billion as of now, with a compound annual growth rate of 26%. So we see it doubling in the next 5 years or so. So I think that is very nice. It looks very nice. It looks very cool that the numbers are very big and everything is going in a very right direction. But no matter what you do, you are a gamer, you're a content creator, or you're just a teacher who's using a smart device, you always need the right component that actually powers your PC. A cooling solution that is right for your CPU, that is right for the temperature and the environment that you have put your placed your computers in. You need the right power supply as per your location, because there is a lot of power fluctuation in a lot of remote areas in our country and across the globe that requires special attention paid as per the components that you're pairing it with, also as per the surroundings that you have put your PCs in. Also, the same thing goes for the cases. The cabinets play a very vital role, because they are the enclosure that houses the entire all the precious hardware that you've used to build your PC. So at Deepcool, what we realized and that we need to provide specific products for to solve these issues. So as of now, if you go out there, you'll realize that 3060, the graphic card RTX 3060 has become the most used and the most popular graphic card globally. It has finally replaced the 1650, which stayed there for 8 years. But the catch over here is that finally a graphic card like the RTX 4070, which is the latest generation graphic card using the 12VH PWR connector, has entered the top 10 of the Steam rating. If you do not consider two laptop GPUs, that is the 3060. So that is the only desktop grade graphic card. So what we see over here is that the industry is moving towards high-end graphics. Finally, from a budget-oriented gamer, the gamer has turned into a performance-oriented gamer who's ready to spend for higher frame rates, for better performance, for DLSS, for frame generation, for everything that all these beautiful brands like Zotac, Eno3D and every other AIB partner is offering. So what we realized at Deepcool, that we finally need ATX 3.0 power supplies that have generation 5.1 connectors, because that is going to be the future. So that is the reason I am very proud when I say this, that we are the only brand in the country right now who has bronze, gold and platinum power supplies that are all ATX 3.0 or 3.1 along with the generation 5.1 connector. So that was our solution to a problem that was there, but now is going to become very big, because now the 4070 graphic card and the cards that are going to follow in the 50 series are going to pose to the budget gamer as well as to the mid and the high-end gamers. Similarly, if we go for the CPU side, the TDP is rising so much because everybody wants the best performance possible, either in gaming or content creation. And the prime example of that is, especially for our country, multi-GPU configurations are getting very common because India is becoming a hub for game development and other, professional tasks. So over there, Threadripper is a very commonly used CPU. So we finally came up with a cooling solution that not only caters to the customers who are using it for gaming, but also to customers who are using Threadripper-based configurations, and hence we brought out the Mystique, which is the world best cooling solution as of now in terms of liquid cooling. Similarly, the cases are there and so on and so forth. So my take is that the gaming industry is booming. People are shifting towards performance from budget conscious builds, and we as a PCCL brand have this duty that we should provide products that are solving a problem that either exists or is going to exist in the near future. And I think we will have the early movers advantage, and that is what we are doing. And yeah, that is my take so far.
Thank you very much. I think you have said a very important thing, which is how the consumers are moving from a budget gaming consumer to a performance-oriented consumer, as people are learning more that gaming is basically the experience, which is most important. I don't know whether Mr. Saurav Chakrabarti of Samsung is online. I would request him, if he is online, to give his sort of points and comments on this conference. I'm not sure whether he is online. I can't see him
Hello,
online.
can you hear me? Yes, my camera is not working, but
on
can
the
you hear
voice,
me?
maybe we can get him. Mr. Saurav Chakrabarti, over to you.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. It's quite late, and I couldn't join. I was supposed to personally visit there, but I couldn't join due to a quite bit of rain in Delhi. But thank you, Sopanda and NCN, for inviting Samsung into this event. And obviously, speaking about gaming, as somebody in the panel told, yes, in 2020 there was a revolution in gaming, and we understood that. And what we understood from a display front is, ultimately you need to give customer or the gamer or the content creator something which is soothing to his eyes, his or her eyes. It's can give a vibrant color, and ultimately it gives the performance which all the CPUs, all the graphic card, and everybody in the gaming industry is developing. So from Samsung, what we do is, we were very constant on one thing. We will not only concentrate on giving a budget display. We came up with 15 SKUs on monitor when you are talking about a gaming specific monitor, because we understood there are different types of user, there are different types of users who needs a monitor as per his wish. And as Samsung, what we added on the gaming, because I was listening to the opening remarks, and there was discussion, and then there were some data points given on how many gamers India has been operating right now. And what we understood is, okay, a gamer will be investing around 4-5 hours on gaming, 6 hours, 8 hours on gaming. Rest, the monitor will be of no use. So we launched a new segment called Smart Gaming, which is basically a gaming monitor which gives you every performance of gaming. And when we talk about every performance, if I go into some data, we have launched recently model with 360 hertz refresh rate with 0.003 millisecond. So we are going to that segment, but with a smart TV feature into that monitor. That means when that monitor is not used for gaming, you can utilize that same monitor to see your own content which you have created on YouTube or some other platform. You can utilize the same monitor to actually see how your content will come up on the platform. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I knew Samsung will always do something absolutely new and which is consumer friendly. And you have said a very important point, which is the monitors can be used for multiple sort of occasions and multiple usages, because you won't be playing obviously the game 24 hours, so you will use the same monitor for various other usage of your sort of day-to-day activities. So I think that's a very smart move on part of Samsung to do that, and always expected from a brand leader, a global brand leader. I'd like to request Mr. Vishal Parekh to talk a little bit about the experiential part of gaming. The two terminal devices which are used in India, one is of course the mobile phone, the other is of course the laptop or the desktop, and the experience are completely different in these two things, because in the mobile environment you may be even outside your home, so it may not be a very conducive environment to play a game, but you're getting bored waiting for your bus or waiting for somebody, and you want to play a little game on your mobile phone, so it has obviously its own use. But the real experience comes when you're completely sitting at home and you have your laptop or desktop with you with lovely speakers, etc., and you really enjoy the true experience of gaming. And as alluded by Mr. Puri earlier, that the gaming is moving from a budget-oriented activity to a performance-oriented activity. So all these things are getting integrated into one piece, and as the market grows, the market will go more qualitatively than quantitatively. So your depth of usership, your ARPU, which is say 150 million users, and you have an average ARPU, which will also grow because you will more go for qualitative usage than just quantitative usage. So over to you, Mr. Parekh.
Hello. Thank you. Good to be on panel again. Talking about gaming experience, it's like, if we have to draw a line, suppose you're watching a YouTube video or any, movie or a series or on your OTT platform, you would see those, specification that comes in. Usually it is on auto mode. You can change it and then you can go up to like a 1080 kind of a resolution. That is something which is talked about experience. Now the same thing when you're watching on a small screen of your phone, switch it to a large 52, 56 or maybe even larger LED, which is ultra and 4K and all of that. Do you visually see a change in experience? Do you like those colors, the sharp graphics, the way the motion happens? That is something which a gamer sees when he is on his phone and then switches to a larger screen. I mean, that's a very raw form of comparison, but something which I've been trying to tell people that this is what gaming experience is all about. Now add to it. Right now, when you're watching a movie or a series, it's just the audio and the visual. You're not engaged to it. You're not into that, series or a movie. Turn that around and say, okay, you're part of it now. So that is what happens in gaming. As a gamer, you are a character within the game. You are not just watching or listening, you are strategizing. You are listening to footsteps of your enemy who's suppose he's hiding somewhere in some of the area of that map, which only a gamer knows. Now, all of these nuances is where the gaming experience changes. Imagine playing something like an Angry Bird on your phone and then switch it over to a larger screen where you actually can hear a larger, crisper noise. The colors are so brilliant, you get into the game. That is where the gaming experience is changing. Like I said, mobile is the first step towards gaming. That is where a person gets introduced to gaming. Now, if he's really skilled, he's really taking gaming as a career option, he cannot be on a small screen because that limits his vision, limits the audio experience. He's playing only with his two thumbs. The switch when happens to our gaming, gaming on PC, you're talking about a larger screen. I mean, today I think 24/27 is the standard monitor we're talking about. And soon, like we heard, Samsung launching a monitor which is going to be a smart one. Get into graphic cards, get into each and every component, cooling devices, power supply. All of this enhances his gameplay, and then he's immersed into it, playing not just with two thumbs, but his fingers on the keyboard, his another hand which is controlling the mouse. He's got a headset where he's trying to hear where the explosion happened, where somebody is, around those 7D kind of, audio, figuring out where the footsteps are coming. So it is so immersive. And that is where, like, Vishweshwar said, even what Varun was saying, the experience, the growth is happening from just a performance base, just a budget base, to something which will give him more immersive experience coming to it.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a new point you have raised, that this is more about immersive experience. So more technologies will get used, like augmented reality, virtual reality, and they will become part of the whole gaming ecosystem. So I'd like to now go again for a quick round on the various topics which we have already discussed. So Mr. Puri, I'd request you to tell us, elaborate a little bit more on how the gaming industry is going to move forward. See, a gamer who is buying a product, whether it's hardware or software, is an expert buyer. He knows his product very well, and he has come for a specific sort of to buy a product so that his gaming experience gets better. Now the seller has to be as educated as the buyer. So this is a very interesting buy-sell game where sometimes the buyer is more educated and more knowledgeable than the seller. So how does that thing happen? And then if the buyer buys a product which he actually did not really sort of desire for, and then he goes back home and he sets up the gaming console and everything, and he starts playing the game, and he's not getting the immersive experience which Mr. Parekh talked about a little while back. So then now everything is within the warranty period and all that. He can't return that product. So you have a unique situation where the buyer is more knowledgeable than the seller. And how does the gaming industry really go forward given this context of the buyer and seller in the marketplace? Over to you, Mr. Puri.
So that's actually a very interesting question, something I would love to speak about. So first of all, regarding the buyer perspective, where the buyer is more knowledgeable than the seller, how a seller can tackle is, we recently launched, Zotac has launched the newest app called Zotac Direct. It was launched just 2 days back in Bangalore at an NVIDIA Zotac event. I was there, the response we received was just phenomenal. So what happens in that app is, first of all, Zotac is the only brand, we are the only brand in the graphic card segment that offers 3+2 years of warranty. Previously, we noticed that many of our buyers were not taking advantage of it even. Like, they were not, because the extended warranty, you have to register. And only 2% registrations we are getting for that extended warranty. In many scenarios, we saw that. So that is the reason we launched this app, where the sellers themselves, the retailers, can also register the warranty of the buyer's graphic card right there on the spot. Now, what does the seller gain? Because they are giving the time to do it. First of all, they are able to persuade the buyer a little bit better, because 2 years of extra warranty is more or less. For example, these graphic cards don't cost like 3,000, 4,000. They are very expensive products, like 60,000, 80,000, even going over 1 lakh. It's pretty much like buying an expensive car. When you buy an expensive car, if you're getting a free 2 years warranty, the response is going to be phenomenal. Like, you're going to be like, wow, that's an amazing service. So that is something Zotac Direct is trying to offer. So the sellers are also going to be rewarded for registering buyer's warranty. That's point one. Secondly, we have implemented marketing material indirectly in the app itself, where the seller or the store owner can educate the people that they have that represent the store into how to sell the graphic card, what special technologies are there. So it's only because the great hardware we build, like, that's the reason that we are able to offer this industry-leading 5-year warranty. Now, over to Mr. Parekh mentioned. That's a very good thing that the immersive gaming experience was mentioned. So I would like to say a thing which is probably going to raise a few eyebrows. So I learned to drive and ride motorcycles through video games. I used to play these simulation games called MotoGP, F1, Forza Racing, these things to learn driving. I did succeed in my driving exam. So no, I'm there. But yes, and even the astronauts these days at NASA and other space agencies are being trained in simulation. as you will see, there's even like driving simulators that you can see powered by some different brands. So gaming can really be the future, especially it was the pandemic that taught us that. Most of the people stayed at home. Gaming people even over as the major part of entertainment. Even Netflix started doing it. Netflix has games now. Other than that, Netflix also has immersive movies where you make the choice and that's how the movie takes place. So yes, immersion is really the future, and through gaming, it's not just about having fun, it's also about learning. Think of a small child. Maybe they might be having some issues with, say, learning through the books. But if you gamify the things where they get some kind of certain kind of reward or points, there are many educational games these days, they will be able to learn you that. Now.
Thank you very much. Very important points. So you have, as a child, all of us went through. We looked at mathematics when he said, "Oh my God, I can't learn that. You know, it's a very difficult subject." So imagine you teaching mathematics with gaming. So the young kid of 2 or 3 or 4 years old is saying, "I'm playing a lovely game. I'm enjoying myself," but actually he's not playing a game. He's learning mathematics. So these are really important points which you raise. The other thing about simulation. Simulation is simulation. The word simulate means you are pretending. You know, simulation is used for training pilots. Very difficult sort of NASA space programs are all done through simulation, which is basically a gaming software. It is you keep pretending that you are 5,000 miles above the earth and you are in a satellite, etc. And that's how you learn. So there are certain learning which can only be done through the gaming infrastructure, because you cannot simulate the real environment any other way. So with these few points, I'd really like to have Mr. Karthik Rao's view on all these new sort of subjects we have just discussed. Over to you, Mr. Rao.
I would like to add one more point to the simulation. I believe most of the driving schools or even the government has considered having simulation to train before issuing the licenses. I think this is also something that most of us would be aware of. Coming to the point of pitching the right solution, I believe channel needs to upskill us, and I believe that many of the times we tend to assume that customer knows better than us, but I certainly believe that most of the gamers are very casual. They're not so updated on the technology that is available to them. So asking the right questions, learning about the games they play, or even the display resolution can be a very simple shortcut to offer the right solutions to them. So I believe that this would rather help channel partners to stay just a little ahead of the consumer, and there's a lot of upselling opportunity that is available to partners. One more point I would like to add is that data of past buyers also can be very useful. So games change very frequently. Every 2 years you find newer game titles with a lot of interesting content that keeps getting published, and we've already seen that to run these latest games you need latest hardware. So if you are aware of any such customers from the past, you can always pitch them and give them information as to what would be the latest hardware that is required to run the modern games. So I believe that channel needs to consider these points.
Thank you, Mr. Rao. Very good points. Now I'd like to go again to the global brand leader of Samsung, Mr. Saurabh Chakravarti. And we learned a lot about the new smart monitor they are launching. Now I say gaming is not gaming. Gaming is a language. So even if a person who is sitting in Japan and doesn't know English or Hindi or whatever, he can play a game with me or you or anybody. So gaming is something which transcends the barriers of race, religion, caste, language, sex, and geographies and age. So I'd like to request Mr. Saurabh Chakravarti to talk a little about how, as a Samsung, as a global leader, in this space, how they are helping develop the gaming industry globally, because it doesn't have gaming as a language on its own. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mukanduda. This is a very good question because we in Samsung, being in monitor business from such a long time, gaming was something new for us also. When in 2020 this evaluation came and we started investing our R&D on gaming, what we found initially was, yes, gaming was moving, but it was much more concentrated on the GPU, the CPU, the gaming, what game you play. But what we have seen in this last 4 years is a drastic change in global market. Just to give you throw some number only on the display front, when we are talking about a gaming monitor, the overall CAGR will be around 17% on gaming monitor globally. And when we come to India, as per ITC data, it will be around 28%. Now, this is okay, everybody is talking about this 28% double growth. It's good, but a new thing has came to the global front on this data is people are moving from smaller screen to bigger screen. People are moving from by default 16:9 to a 21:9 screen to a 32:9 screen, because that is what future is. All the gaming are moving to different aspect ratios. So person want to have a particular device which can cater to all the gaming experience which are coming in next 2 years. So what we have seen globally and what is the trend we are seeing globally is gaming will not be restricted only to bigger cities. It is moving much faster in smaller cities than in bigger cities. We as OEM, we used to always target the class A city for all our devices because that used to give us the best numbers. But what we are seeing is the class B and the class C cities are really competing on numbers. They are giving a much better number than some of the very big city when we are talking about the gaming industry. Yes, on terms of our product, what we decided on 2023 and we are continuing that in 2024 also, Samsung as a company will do the same day launch of every product which is launching globally. So for Indian gaming customer, they don't have to wait for a single day if okay, this has been launched in US or Europe in this day, and India generally comes after 3-4 months. But now everything comes on the same day, and that's why this year we have launched something as called as one launch. So that means we are launching every product at one go globally at same time, same date, all across region. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you for giving this amazing perspective. I'd now like to request Mr. Vivesh Mishra to talk about his perspective on all the new topics we discussed. Primarily, the fact that the buyer is more educated than the seller and how that is becoming kind of issues in the marketplace and how to tackle that opportunity.
So I think both the points that we just talked about are quite vital. First is like the immersive experience that gamers are yearning for. And second is like obviously the customer is like way more educated and aware than they used to be, I think probably a decade back, before the penetration of social media and ease of access to the internet and cheaper data rates and all of that, because those are mainly the contributing factors to why the consumer in every field has become much more aware. So before I come to that point, just to add a few points to the immersive experience part, I think gaming as a definition is something something that is something that you cannot do in real life, so you just experience it through the digital medium, right? I think that is the whole gist of gaming is. So be it driving a car like Varun just quoted, or maybe trying to fly a airplane, and the best example of that is like Microsoft Flight Simulator, the game that brought most of the high-end PCs to their knees and just showed the world how good and how much good the whole simulation gaming scene has grown, and how much acceptance it has, because a lot of gamers wanted to play that game, and hence a lot of brands like Nvidia and Intel had to pivot and bring out components to support that game. And the same thing goes for an example that a guy managed to land an airplane because he used to play a lot of simulation games. So I think that is how accurate gaming is becoming, that is how resource intensive gaming is becoming, and that is how well accepted the whole simulation scene is right now. A lot of brands in India have also started working on racing sims and all of those stuff. So I think that's a testimony to the whole scenario. Coming over to the second point, that is the buyers are much more aware. So I think it has there are two aspects to it. Firstly, the guy who's selling the product, be it a system integrator, be it just any XYZ person sitting across the on the counter, let's say Nehru Place or something, he should be aware of what the needs and requirement of the customer is. Is he trying to build a machine just for gaming? Is he trying to build a machine for content creation, or is he just trying to build a machine for developing games? If we talk about games, just games itself. So that is one thing that he should be aware. So brands should definitely be playing their part by educating the the dealers, the system integrators, and we at Deepcool, I think we are also trying to do the same. But there's another part of it which I think makes the whole equation very easy. Let us not confuse the gamers. Let us not confuse the seller. And the prime example of that is what I'm trying to imply over here is, you just bring one product to the table, make it an all-rounder product which fits all shoes, and you do not end up confusing the seller, and neither do you end up confusing the customer. The prime example of that can be found in the fashion industry itself. Fobu as a brand failed in comparison to Under Armour, which was just working on one sweat-free t-shirt. And Under Armour, where that brand is today, we all know. I think a lot of people in the audience are also wearing Under Armour today. So I think that is what it is. You work just on one product. Toyota as a brand in India is just selling 2 cars itself and is making a huge fortune because they're just working on 2 products rather than spreading across the table. So my philosophy and Deepcool's philosophy in that is that we should work on solution-based products that are just working for a lot of people. So like we brought a cooler to the market, and that is working not only for Intel and AMD LJ 1700, let's say consumer grade sockets and consumer grade PCs, but it is working on Threadripper as well as Intel HEDT platform. So there's one cooling solution which fits all. So that makes it much more easier for the seller to pitch it as well to the customer, and also it's a easier pill to swallow for the customer as well, because he doesn't end up getting confused. For power supplies, a lot of brands tend to cut down on cost, and they launch just power supplies that do not, let's say, have active PFC for the Indian for the Indian market, because we have 230 to 240 volts of standardized voltages, but they do not take into the consideration that a lot of remote areas have a high voltage fluctuation, whereas we at Deepcool are launching models that are universal for the entire globe. So they work from 110 volt to 230 volt. So now that makes it easier for the customer, for the seller, for anyone to just buy a product and be at peace that it will work with in their surroundings and with their hardware. Similarly, I think so. I think that is the whole point of it. You just make it easier for the customer to understand your product. You work on problem-solving products. You make it easier for the seller, because no matter you buy a high-end smart monitor, You need a system integrator to make a PC that is going to complement that monitor. And no matter how good of a system integrator the person is, and which graphic card brand he uses, he will definitely need the best power solution to power that graphic card. He will need the best cooling solution to cool down the CPU, and he will need the best cabinet to sum it all up and enclose that precious hardware to give the best PC to drive, which is going to power the graphic card to deliver the best gaming performance on a monitor that is going to give you the most immersive experience. So I think that is how it's a full circle. So I think that is how it should be. Thank you.
Thank you so much for explaining very clearly how the whole ecosystem works. Now I'll quickly go back to Mr. Puri for just a few gaming on the go. If you can say a few words on that, and then we will. I'll hand it over to Mr. Parekh to sum up.
Alright, so continuing on the immersive gaming experience, and as the point raised by Vishwesh about there being power fluctuations and even power cuts in many cities in India. So, working on that, we are also working on a handheld device at Zotac called Zotac Zone that actually won multiple awards at Computex that had happened recently in Taiwan. And at Zotac Zone, so I met a very fine gentleman here at this conference before the panel. He asked me, do I still game? So yes, I still play video games. Zotac team actually has many gamers in the team, and we actually gave feedback to build that product. That's why our products are successful in the gaming market, because Zotac actually employs a couple of gamers for giving live feedback. So for Zotac Zone, we are building an industry-leading product that is going to be a handheld that you can take anywhere with yourself. And you can also connect it with a bigger monitor or even a TV screen. And the thing is that while others are usually offering the similar products, but ours stands out because of the AMOLED display and the leading processor that we have used in it. So that's about it from my side.
Thank you so much. May I now please request Mr. Parekh to sum up this whole discussion. Over to you, sir.
Okay, so that's going to be a little difficult task for me. Summing up, I guess I'll go back to the main agenda, which was about opportunities and challenges in Indian gaming, digital gaming industry. Opportunities, I think I have made enough and more, I've talked enough and more about it. Talk about number of gamers, if that excites you. Opportunity in terms of business, if that excites you. The ecosystem that excites you. I think it's so much that is going to happen. The timing is now. I mean, if you really want to get into the bus, don't wait, because if you wait, you're going to be left out. Because I mean, I think we've all been into this industry. We've heard so many case studies where brands which were really ruling and #1 positions, and then they've been toppled because they did not, catch up to the technology shift that was happening. Gaming is something like that. Gaming is going to change a lot of, not just within the industry, but a lot of things which will happen outside the gaming industry. So like we touched upon, like, everybody talked about how it's helping in the space and in automotive or in education or, various other industries where the gamification happens. I think opportunity for, if you look at it from the business side of it, the sheer numbers is what's going to change the whole, gameplay within gaming. The another opportunity is that we are not talking about margins. I mean, coming from the industry, coming from being a hardcore sales thing, we are not talking about 2%, 5%, or बाजू वाला इतने में बेच रहा है मैं 10 रुपए कम में दे दूंगा या 100 रुपए कम में. That is not going to happen here. We've all spoken about how performance will be the key factor. The buyer is educated. He's coming to you with a budget in mind. You can either sell below that if you're so scared about it. But right now what happens in the industry is when they go to the market, they go with the mindset of 50,000, 70,000, 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 5 lakh. There are PCs which are sold for 8 lakh as well. Do you have a capacity? Are you able to sell that? Do you have that mindset? That is where the change is going to happen. And you're talking about margins which are not thin. People are ready to give you money if you really sell what they want. They are not looking at components. They're looking at a solution. They're looking at immersive experience. So pricing is not going to be a barrier. numbers are not going to be a barrier. There is not going to be enough competition because the market is so big. You are not competing with each other, but you are going to build this entire industry from foundation, from scratch, which means the total market size that you're going to address is going to be humongous. So you need to be ready. It's the other way around. It's not where I want to do something, but I don't know whether the market is available, but it's something like market is there. Are you ready for it? So that's on the opportunity side. And to conclude on the challenges, yes, challenge is going to be upgrading your skill set, upgrading your team skill set, because gaming is not about something like I used to be doing in pen drives, 16 GB, 32 GB mein ye milega, 2.0, 3.0, or coming to generation 3, generation 4. You're going to talk about a lot more, which is beyond components. We're talking about what is the FPS from monitors, what is going to be the refresh rates. We cannot just be on the size. We cannot be just on, selling what we know. We're going to be selling about games that people play. So I think the biggest challenge will be that in terms of upgrading your own skill set, your own team. And I think the silver lining here is, if you do this, you're connecting to the largest population of India, which is the youth. And these guys are not price sensitive. Gone are the days when we say price sensitive equals cheap. Now the definition is price sensitive is, do I get value for what I'm spending? So that's what I would say for this.
Thank you very much. I think this is a very interesting point you raised, that people are not price sensitive, they're more value sensitive, they're more experience sensitive than before. I'd like to quickly throw this entire conference to the audience. If there is any questions, we could take it for the panel. Yes, please. Yes, please.
We do not have an answer on that, but I promise you I'm going to try my best to bring it to India. I'm a gamer myself. I'm very excited about that product. Yeah, sure.
Come with a companion external GPU?
So the handheld console actually comes with a companion, but that's not going to be an external GPU. It's going to be a dock through which you can directly connect it with your TV. But there's something from internally that we know, that it's going to be the most powerful chipset that has been launched till date. That's why we will be launching it around Gamescom. That's the plan, like August end. But let's see how soon it can be made possible.
You're launching this dock in August, is that correct?
That's the plan. But so there's only giving the numbers, there's only 7 engineering samples all across the world right now that were presented at the conference. So we are running tests thoroughly, where we are putting these in the hands of actual gamers to experience if there's any flaws, because there were some competitors who rushed on their launch and there were overheating issues. Not just overheating, many competitors face the ergonomic issue, where you're holding the handheld and it's digging into your palm. So we want to make it as comfortable as possible.
Thank you.
If there's no other questions, we will close the session. I would, just before I hand over to the organizers, I'd like to peep into the future. As you know, there's something called quantum technologies, which is going to come. So the entire new computers, maybe a couple of years down the road, are going to be what is called quantum computers. So this is a completely new technology, and it will give a completely different immersive experience as we move forward. I'd like to hand over the conference now to the organizers. Back to you, Mr. Chopin.
Thank you very much, all panelists. Can we please have a round of applause for this wonderful panel? I would request all the panelists to kindly stand up for a group photograph. I would request Mr. Swapan Roy to also kindly join in, and we would like to present a token of appreciation to all our panelists. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was our first panel discussion on the gaming industry landscape in India, opportunities and challenges in the fast-growing gaming segment, marking a wonderful start to the 16th NCN ICT India Channel Partners Summit 2024. We'd like to thank all the panelists, Mr. Varun Puri, Mr. Vishwesh Mishra, Mr. Vishal Parekh, Mr. Kartik Rao and Mr. Saurav Chakrabarti, who had joined us online.
Thanks for having me on the panel.
Thank you once again to all the panelists. Thank you, Mr. Sukanta Dev, for moderating the session. I'd like to extend gratitude to LabCare for giving the presents to all our panelists on the first session and the second session. Now we have a product launch by the Brahma creator, India's first graphic and storage Thunderbolt dock. I would request Mr. Dhruv to kindly come up on stage and share the product with us. Check.
Hello. My name is Dhruv Vasya, and I also run a YouTube channel called Tech God. I have a startup called Vasya Technologies. It's also known as Haltech. We have been importing components and assembling them in Lucknow, India. Those are the components. Any guesses for what this is? No? Yeah, that's right. It's an external GPU dock. Okay. Switching. Can I go back? A couple of slides? Yeah, it's a Oculin GPU with a 7600 MXT by AMD Radeon. Next. So if we look at, if we Google the top GPU companies in India, you'll see all the usual suspects. That's the list of the best and most famous GPU companies in India. We have Zotac right there. I'm not sure why it's at number 8. My understanding is the biggest GPU company in India with a 65% market share. But if you look a little further, those are the nationalities those companies represent, and not a single one of them is Indian. Essentially, there is no Indian GPU brand in India at all. So we have a stiff ladder to climb. So this is a little video of, can we play the video? It's not, I'm unable to play the video. Sorry. Okay. Some glitch there. This was supposed to be a video of the assembly of the GPU in our facility at Devlok in Lucknow. And since no GPUs assembled in India, since all the foreign companies import CBUs to India, this might be the first GPU ever to be assembled in India. Now, if you look at GPUs, if you Google GPUs once again, this is the Foundry Edition. This is what a GPU might look like with a single fan. If you look further, sorry, next slide. This is something more familiar with the triple fan design by with an NVIDIA card called GeForce 4070. Well, our GPU is this. It's an external GPU, so it has a housing with an internal fan. And once again, sorry, next slide. Next slide. It is the first external graphics and storage expansion Thunderbolt dock in India. So it's not just a graphics card, it works as a Thunderbolt dock. It has a bunch of ports and a storage expansion with an NVMe slot and a micro SD slot, which enables you to extend the storage of your laptop or handheld or your mini PC computer device. Now, this is actually the first external GPU in India. This is by ASUS. It is the Rogue XG Mini, but it uses a proprietary port called the XGM Mini, which allows it to only work with a few very select ASUS computers that have that XGM port. This was such a disaster in India that they launched the first ASUS ROG Ally gaming handheld with this XGM port, and they got such a bad rep over it that they are renewing the device with the ASUS ROG X with a USB-C Thunderbolt port as opposed to the XGM. Essentially, they're removing the XGM Mini altogether. So what I'm trying to say is that does not count. If you look on Amazon for eGPUs, you will probably get enclosures. Enclosures that look, sorry, can we go back? Enclosures that look like this, big boxes, which have, in which you can fit a discrete GPU, connect it to your computer with a Thunderbolt cable, and then make it work. But these are so expensive that they cost somewhere between 30 to 50,000 rupees without the GPU inside. So it's just the box, just the enclosure. You put a discrete GPU inside, and then connect it with the computer. But it's so expensive that, well, they didn't work. They completely failed once again in the market. Next slide, please. So between the XGM port, that is the XGM port by ASUS, and the next slide, please. That's the XGM port and the ASUS ROG, which did not work out. Next slide, please. Those are the really expensive enclosures. So between the two eGPU options that we had, which was the ASUS XG Mini and the enclosures right here, external GPUs have not really taken off in India. Next slide, please. Coming to that, the revolution, we have very small pocketable eGPUs, like this one right here. This is the size of our eGPU. It's pretty much the size of a gaming handheld. It's the Lenovo Legion Go and the ASUS ROG Ally next to this. It would be between those two devices, slightly bigger than the Ally, slightly smaller than the Lenovo Legion Go. It has, once again, as I mentioned previously, the AMD RX 7600 MXT, which has 8 GB of GDDR6 RAM. It goes up to a thermal limit of 120 watts, and it has a storage expansion M.2 slot, and it comes with connectivity options with Thunderbolt and Oculink. Next slide, please. All right. So those are all the ports that the Brahma Creator Thunderbolt dock includes. It supports up to 4 external displays, 2 DP ports, 2 HDMI ports, and for connectivity, Oculink and Thunderbolt. It has expansion ports of LAN port, a USB, a micro SD slot, and next slide, please. It has a M.2 SSD slot at the bottom. Oh, okay. All right. Sorry, thank you. Right. That's some benchmarks using the 3D Mark software. TimeSpy is generally considered the most popular benchmarking software there is. So we are comparing the 7600 MXT to the GeForce 4070 by NVIDIA and the, well, GeForce 3070 mobile version. And at a score of 10,500, it comes right between the 4070 desktop version and the 3070 mobile version. That's once again the GPU in action. And thank you for your time. That was my presentation. And those are my links. That's my mobile number at the bottom. And if anybody has any questions, I would love to hear them now. All right, so I don't see any hands. Thank you for the time. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dhruv, and congratulations on that new product. Ladies and gentlemen, up next we'll be moving to the distribution of NCN Gaming Insight Awards 2023. In this session, NCN is pleased to award the leading individuals, brands and products in the gaming industry for their outstanding performances and contributions in the year 2023. The NCN Gaming Insight Award 23 have been divided into 4 segments: NCN Gaming PC Insight Awards, Special Awards and Editor's Choice Awards. I would request Mr. Devesh Rastogi, President Fighter, to kindly come up on stage to present the awards. Starting with NCN Gaming Insight Awards 2023. The first award is for the Best Gaming Notebook Brand of 2023, which goes to Lenovo. A lot of people have joined us online, and some of them are stuck in a very, very heavy traffic jam, just like I was. Moving on to the next award, the Best Gaming Graphic Card Brand of 2023 is Zotac. The Best Gaming Keyboard Brand of the year is Corsair. That's okay, sir. हम तो थोड़ा टाइम पे चलने की कोशिश करेंगे because we have a lot of content today. Moving on to the next one, the Best Gaming Casing Brand of 2023 is Cooler Master. Even if the audience thinks that somebody can receive the award on their behalf, they can also come on stage. Okay, the next one is the Best Gaming Monitor Brand of the Year, Samsung. Once again, repeating, the Best Gaming Graphic Card Brand of 2023, Zotac. The Best CPU for Gaming Brand of 2023, AMD Ryzen 7800 X3D processor. Do we have anyone from AMD here? Up next is the award for the Best Gaming Microphone Brand of 2023, HyperX. Moving on to the next one. The best gaming memory brand of 2023, Kingston. The best design and performance in liquid coolers brand award goes to Anti Sports. Okay, this one is for Kingston. The best gaming memory brand of 2023. Up next, the award for Best Design and Performance in Liquid Cooler Brands of 2023, Anti Sports. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Rastogi, for doing the honors. Thank you very much. For the next set of awards, may I please request Mr. Rajesh Khurana, Country Head Consumer Business, South Asia and Africa, Bybin Technologies, to come up. The next award is for the Best Gaming Mouse Brand of 2023, which goes to Logitech. The next one is the Best Gaming Chair Brand of 2023, Razer. The Best Gaming Motherboard Brand of the Year goes to MSI. Do we have a representative from MSI here? Congratulations, MSI, the Best Gaming Motherboard Brand of 2023. Up next is the award for the Best Gaming Case Brand of 2023. The award goes to Fractal Design. We'll move on to the next one. The Best Gaming PC Fan Brand of Year goes to Antec. Congratulations, Antec, the Best Gaming PC Fan Brand of 2023. Up next is the award for the Best Gaming Accessories Brand of Year, which goes to Razer. The Best Gaming Notebook Brand of 2023 goes to Lenovo. Congratulations, Lenovo. This is the award for Razer, the best gaming accessories brand of 2023. Do we have a representative from Lenovo here to receive the award for the best gaming notebook brand of 2023? Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Khurana, for doing the honors. Thank you very much. We now move on to the next set of awards, the NCN Gaming Insight Special Awards. I request Mr. Alok Gupta, President PCAT, to kindly come up on stage to present the awards. Ladies and gentlemen, starting off with the leading marketing strategist in the Indian PC gaming industry in 2023, the award goes to Mr. Suraj Balakrishnan, Head Marketing, Acer India. And if he's not here yet, we'll be moving on to the next award. The most influential leader in the Indian PC gaming industry in 2023. This award goes to Mr. M.A. Manan, Country Head, South Asia, Corsair Memory. Receiving the award on behalf of Mr. M.A. Manan. Congratulations to Mr. Manan for receiving the most influential leader in the Indian PC gaming industry award. Moving on to the next award, the Woman Leader in the Gaming Industry of 2023. The award goes to Ms. Meenu Jain, Country Manager, Cooler Master Technology. Moving on to the next award. The best gaming storage brand of the year goes to WD Black. If we don't have a representative here, we'll be moving on to the next award. The most innovative gaming monitor brand of the year goes to ViewSonic. Do we have a representative from ViewSonic here? Moving on to the next one. The best gaming distributor in India goes to Acro Engineering. Up next is the award for the best cooling solutions brand of the year, which goes to Deep Cool. Congratulations. The next award is for the most innovative gaming keyboard brand, which goes to LabCare. The next award is for the youngest influencer in the digital gaming space in 2023, and this award goes to Mr. Vishwesh Mishra, Country Manager, Deep Cool. Congratulations. Can we all please have a round of applause for Mr. Vishwesh Mishra, the youngest influencer in the digital gaming space. Congratulations. Thank you very much, sir, for doing the honors. For presenting the next set of awards, I would request Mr. Nilesh Kadakia, Chairman, Association of System Integrators and Retailers in Technology, to come up on stage. Presenting the award for the Best Graphics Card Brand of 2023, the award goes to Asus. Do we have someone from Asus here? Moving on to the next award, India's #1 gaming brand of 2023 goes to Anti Sports. Congratulations. Up next is the award for Best Premium Gaming Memory Brand of Year, which goes to XPG. We'll be moving on to the next one, the Most Effective Gaming Solution Distributor of 2023, TAG. Do we have a representative from TAG here? Moving on to the next award, the Achievement Driven Marketing Leader of 2023. This award goes to Mr. Amit Jha, National Sales and Marketing Director, Game Dias. Do we have anyone here to receive the award on behalf of Mr. Amit Jha? Well, then moving on to the next award. Thank you very much, sir, for doing the honors. Thank you so much. We now move on to Gaming Insight Editor's Choice Awards. And to present the awards, I would request Mr. Swapan Roy to kindly come up on stage, the founder and editor-in-chief of Roy Mediative Group. NCN Gaming Insights Editor's Choice Awards. Presenting the first award, the Best Premium Graphics Card Brand of 2023 goes to Inno3D. Congratulations. Up next is the award for the Most Innovative Business Monitor of 2023. The award goes to MSI Pro Series. Congratulations. The wide range of graphic cards brand of 2023 goes to Colorful. Congratulations. All the people who are sitting here, let's show a little more excitement. Put your hands together for the award winners. I know we are nearing the lunch time. Just a little bit more wait. And let's keep ourselves motivated and enthusiastic. Up next is the award for the top quality SMPS brand of the year, which goes to Super Flower. The next award is the Value for Money Gaming Brand of the Year, which goes to Enter. The Value for Money Gaming Brand of 2023 goes to Enter. If we don't have anyone here from Enter, we'll be moving on to the next one, the High Performance Gaming Memory Brand of the Year. The award goes to Crucial. Congratulations. The Professional Gaming Mouse Brand of 2023 goes to LabCare. The High Quality Gaming Peripherals Brand of the Year goes to Game Diaz. Do we have anyone here from Game Diaz? Moving on to the next award. The Best Gaming Monitor Brand of 2023 goes to Asus ROG Swift OLED. The next award is the biggest gaming cafe brand in West India in 2023, Circle Gaming. Moving on to the next one, the best custom gaming PC builder brand of 2023. The award goes to Cyber Power PC. Congratulations. The most innovative PSU of 2023 is Deep Cool PNM series. Congratulations. Deep Cool PNM series, the most innovative PSU of 2023. The best emerging IT peripherals and accessories brand of the year is ABC. Not here? Alright, thank you very much, sir, for presenting these awards. May I request Mr. Alok Gilani, President FITAC, to please come up on stage to present the next set of awards. Presenting the award for the leading value-added partner, Delhi and NCR, City Soft. Congratulations. Up next, the award for the leading VAD of 2023 goes to Spark Technologies Private Limited. Do we have a representative from Spark Technologies? Congratulations for winning the award for the leading VAD of 2023. Up next is the award for the Best Printers Regional Distributor in India, and the award goes to Kadam Marketing Limited. Moving to the next award, the leading partner in Northeast of 2023 go to Datamation Guwahati. Congratulations, Datamation. The value-added business ICT partner of 2023 goes to Graphline Computers. Moving on to the next one, most preferred ICT partner Delhi goes to Comnet Vision India Private Limited. I believe we don't have a representative from Comnet here. The best value-added memory solution partner of the year goes to KBC Computech Private Limited. Congratulations, KBC Computech. The award for the best value-added memory solution partner of 2023. Up next, presenting the award for the most preferred retail partner in New Delhi. The award goes to PSPL Infosys System Private Limited. Congratulations, PSPL Infosystems Private Limited, the most preferred retail partner in New Delhi. Up next is the award for the leading security and networking products distribution of 2023, which goes to Sapphire Microsystems Mumbai. Congratulations. Up next is the award for the Value-Driven Security Solution Distributor of the Year, which goes to Amity Infosoft. The best IT and cloud software service distributor in India is Elcom Digital Solution. Do we have a representative from Elcom? Congratulations, Elcom Digital Solution. Up next, the award for leading GPS solutions provider partner in Chandigarh goes to RK Enterprises. Moving on to the next award, the best workstations regional distribution, the best workstations regional distributor in India. This award goes to VNS International. I believe we don't have a representative from VNS, so moving on to the next one. The best education solution partner of 2023 goes to Next Gen Chandigarh. Do we have anyone here from Next Gen Chandigarh? Moving on to the next award. The most preferred retail partner in Coimbatore in 2023 goes to Ashish Computer, Coimbatore. Congratulations. Congratulations to all the award winners. Thank you, Mr. Gilani, for doing the honors. May I now request Mr. Puneet Singhal, President CMDA Delhi, to kindly come up on stage to present the next set of awards. Presenting the award for Best Antivirus Partner of 2023 North India, Friends International. Congratulations, Friends International. Up next is the award for the leading value-added partner in Kolkata 2023, Mr. Asif Ali Khan, Technocrat Infotech Private Limited. Congratulations. The best value-added retail partner in Shimla, Himachal of 2023 is Global Netcom. Congratulations, Global Netcom, for winning the award for the best value-added partner, retail partner in Shimla, Himachal. Up next is the award for the upcoming regional partner of 2023, and this award goes to APS Tech Pro New Delhi. Congratulations, APS Tech Pro. The next award is for the Best Education Solution Partner of 2023, which goes to Galaxy Infosystem Private Limited, Meerut. Moving on to the next award, the Best Software Solution Partner of 2023 goes to ITPRO, Jalandhar. We don't have anyone here from ITPRO. Moving on to the next one, the Best IT Infrastructure and Services Provider in Delhi of 2023. The award goes to Maya Tech Solutions, Delhi. Do we have anyone here from Maya Tech? Moving on to the next award. The best ICT partner in Lucknow for the year goes to Devlok Distributors. Congratulations Devlok Distributors for winning the award for the best ICT partner in Lucknow. Up next is the award for the fastest growing regional WAD of 2023. The award goes to MAPS Info Solutions. Congratulations, MAPS. The next award is for the Make in India Emerging Partner of 2023. The award goes to CompuCover East Private Limited, Nagle. The next award is Best ICT. Receiving the award for CompuCover East Private Limited, the Make in India Emerging Partner of 2023. Congratulations to you. Up next is the award for the Best ICT Solution and Service Provider in Ahmedabad of 2023. The award goes to Computer Care Center. Congratulations. Computer Care Center, the best ICT solution and service provider in Ahmedabad. The next award is for the leading retail partner in Shimla of 2023. The award goes to Satellite Computers and Electronics. Congratulations, Satellite Computers and Electronics. Next award is for the Best Regional Antivirus Distribution Partner in Coimbatore of 2023. The award goes to Ashish Computer, Coimbatore. Congratulations to you once again. Up next is the award for the High Quality Gaming Peripherals Brand of 2023. The award goes to Game Diaz. Can we please have the representative from Game Diaz on stage? The most preferred partner in Bihar for 2023 is Krishna Agencies. Moving on to the next award, the leading value-added partner in Chandigarh, Global Systems. The leading GPS solution provider partner in Chandigarh is RK Enterprises. The next award is for the Achievement Driven Marketing Leader of 2023, Mr. Amit Jha, National Sales and Marketing Director, Game Diaz. Congratulations to all the award winners. Thank you, Mr. Singhal, for doing the honors. Thank you very much, everyone, and congratulations to all the award winners once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to parallelly run a panel discussion here in this hall, as well as we are open for lunch. So we would request you to kindly have your lunch, which is happening in the adjoining hall, and join us as quickly as possible for the panel discussion. So here, before the panel discussion, we have a presentation by Supertron VAD. I would request the representative from Supertron to kindly come to the podium. Reminding all the guests once again that we are not going to break the flow of presentations and panel discussions in this hall. So you all can go in small batches to have your lunch and then come back. So I would request along with the panelists, first up, inviting a moderator for the panel discussion, Mr. Sukanta De, an accomplished ICT industry veteran with a BTech from IIT Kharagpur and an MBA from IIM Kolkata. Thank you, Mr. De. May I now please invite on the panel Mr. Rajesh Khurana, Country Head, Consumer Business, South Asia and Africa, Bybin Technologies LLC. Mr. Rohit Sharma, Enterprise Pre-Sales Manager, India Micron Semiconductors India Private Limited. Mr. Vishal Parekh Shah, Co-Founder and CEO, Sinersoft Technologies Private Limited. Mr. Saurabh De, Head of Marketing, Geonix International. Mr. Gaurav Bhatnagar, Head of Enterprise Business India Kaspersky. And Mr. Satish Arora, Senior General Manager, Sales and Operations, Savex Technologies. Let's have a huge round of applause for the wonderful panel and all the panelists. Over to Sukanta, sir.
Thank you so much. Hello, hello. Hello. Yeah, thank you so much. We start the second panel. We had the first panel before lunch, which, as you know, was the gaming panel. This is a technology panel. Technology is a very basic thing in this industry, obviously. Without technology, you would have no industry like of this size and dimension. And I have very distinguished set of business owners and technologists who also interact globally with multinational technologies and executives, and this is the right panel to discuss the intricacies of technology. I would like to first start with Mr. Rajesh Khurana, and as you know, in this technology, one of the key things is storage. Electronic storage is a very big thing now, of course, cloud and all that, everybody knows it's a gigantic technology structure in itself. But he will specifically discuss on how the storage devices impact the edge devices and how low latencies and other things impact edge devices at a device level. So these are some of the intricacies you'll get involved in. I don't want to, we have a shortage of time, so I'd like to directly hand over to Mr. Khurana, so we can start the panel immediately.
Yeah, thank you. What we have been talking so many months from now has been that, okay, the flash storage is going to boom, it's going to get into all those devices because 5G getting adopted very fast in India. The data says that around 50% adoption rate will be reached by December 2024 for the 5G. And in addition to that, everybody is talking about AI, the PCs are coming with AI. Everything you just look at it, AI is powering everything. But what actually is this all about from a flash storage point of view? When you look at a content delivery network, which is typically we say CDN, at the edge of it, there's a device now. Now these devices are getting humongously innovative, creative, and will be used in multi-facets like medical electronics, surveillance, your electric cars, your any autonomous things, you name it. But what actually happens is, you need a flash there in the edge device, but the flash has to respond fast. So that's in technical language we call latency. So it has to have the best of the best latency to deliver what is expected from a consumer point of view. So your response has to be extremely fast. So one of the biggest thing we are now seeing is where manufacturers are getting challenged is how to develop low latencies. Like, for example, we have products like in Bivin as such. I represent Bivin. Bivin is the biggest IC packaging manufacturer in the world, and we do sell HP branded SSDs, Lenovo branded SSDs, Acer branded SSDs. We are licensed manufacturer and distributors for, we appoint distribution channel for these guys. So we are like the world's #1 flash storage device manufacturer and seller in the world. So we appoint distributors and we do. So one of the brands is Predator, the gaming brand. And we have seen the demand for products which are having class latency of 30 getting adopted now, which was not a thing last year. The general products are class latency 36, 40, 38, but this is, we're calling about 30. 30 is like immediate response. In addition to that, what we're seeing is the speeds. Anybody heard about the latest speeds of SSDs? It's mind-boggling, 14,500 megabytes per second transfer rate. What you see is in a generation 5 SSD, we have a product today, we have launched it internationally, which is 14,500 megabytes per second. Read and write is 14,000. Conventionally, the SSDs, what we're seeing in the market are 3,000, 5,000, but we're talking about now 14,500. So what we're seeing is an ecosystem which is driven by these devices, making AI-enabled infrastructure and ecosystem possible. And that's where we're leading towards when we talk about the storage things. The challenge with manufacturers is that how do we get this kind of things and at the same time good capacities, like 1 terabyte at least. So for that we have to stack different, all this flash together. We, Bivin, can boast of 32-layer die stacking technologies. I don't think many people can boast of it. So these are the few trends which are happening these days. Hopefully I will not take much more time, maybe others can talk about it. If you have some other questions.
Thank you so much, Rana, for setting the context and letting us know that you have 14,500 megabits per second speed now coming in. And with AI technologies, 5G networks and all that, these speeds are relevant. And you also explained that how low latency products at the edge device level is what you are introducing in the market. I would now request my friend Mr. Saurav Dey to talk about about his organization, Unix International. They are a hardware company, and so I would request him to talk about the hardware IT components and taking a peek into the future. What is the roadmap of these type of components? What is the future of these 5 or 10 years down the road? Over to you, Saurabh.
Just a quick word. Thank you very much, Team NCN. I'd like to thank and congratulate Swapanda once again. I come every year, and I'd like to keep coming for many more years. And nice to see you again, Sukantada. Thank you. Actually, Sir has given a time frame of 5 to 10 years. So if you take 10 years, we live in very interesting times. Actually, as you can see, multiple technologies have now not only emerged, but they are now coalescing. They are creating a greater whole. The net effect is now coming into being. So AI, ML, cybersecurity, VR, blockchain, most of these multiple in the area of both hardware and software, you can now see a net effect which is better than its overall whole. I'd like to basically say, if you say 10 years down the line, unfortunately, I don't think artificial general intelligence, AGI, will be achieved in 10 years. This is my personal opinion. We now have very narrow AI, ANI as they say, artificial narrow intelligence. It would take more than 10 years, I would say maybe 10, 15, 20 years for us to have a truly artificial general intelligence. In the sort where a robot or a machine can be totally sentient, can make their own decisions, can steer the course, as they say, right? So it's still error prone, it's still going to have, it's still a narrow, being. But that said, let me, as a hardware company, let me tell you about 3 possible innovations that will come very soon. We are one of the leaders in the space of storage technology. So I think storage is going to really, blossom very much. We now have, of course, NVMe has revolutionized how we store currently. But in future, there's going to be new types of storage devices. Ceramic storage, if anybody knows, ceramic storage is something that may be happening very soon. You also have shingled magnetic drives. This can store petabytes of data. But my personal favorite is DNA. I think the timeline that Supanta gave 10 years, that is possible. In about 10 years, we can have DNA storage of data. Now, just like we IT people, we have bits and bytes. The space of genetics has had for billions of years has stored data in 4 different bases: adenine, guanine, thymine, cytosine. They have 4 bases, just like we have binary. And with these 4 bases, you can store millions of terabytes of data. And not only that, the life of the data is also going to be much, much longer. Currently, how long does a drive stay? So we say 20, 30, 40 years. See, it could stay 50, 60 years, but then you don't have the interface anymore. One advantage of DNA is the interface is also going to be such that it's interface independent. Also, but at the most, it could last, a drive could last, say, 80, 90 years if you keep it stored in a safe place. But could anybody like to guess how long DNA would last? In the millions of years. In fact, they say over 1 billion years. Right? So all of us will be gone, but our memories, our storage will still be there. So that's one. Secondly, of course, the power of processing is going to catapult. We have a new leader in the league table of companies around the world. NVIDIA is a deserving leader. Artificial intelligence has been a concept since the 1950s. It's nothing new. It's NVIDIA and their GPU and the processing ability that has made this shift in the last 20 years. So I think processing power is going to go even faster and faster. We may have different types of chips, but this concept of non-graphics based GPUs, that's going to really pick up. It's already happening. GPUs are not only used for graphics anymore. And the third area, of course, is just battery storage. Lithium ion has hit a ceiling. I think it would now, there would be other technologies as like sodium ion and aqueous magnesium. These are two new forms of batteries, and our company we are working on trying to create this new wave. And so I think these are the three areas I'd like to focus on in the next 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving us a peep into the future. I'd like to request now Mr. Rohit Sharma to talk more about the memory industry, the storage, and what is now called the AI-enabled PC, which is the new buzzword.
Thanks a lot. I'm Rohit Sharma. I'm part of Micron Technology. I take care of the technical portion for India as well as the SAARC region. So, coming to the question, memory and storage industry, this is changing so fast, and to keep pace, we have to do a lot in the back end. Now, let's start about the memory technology. So memory from 1 alpha node to 1 beta node, kind of a year and a half earlier we had launched that 1 alpha, and now we have come to the 1 beta nodes as well. From a DDR4 technology, DDR5 technology, we are already there, and it is a revolutionary technology. Whenever we moved from DDR2 to DDR3 to DDR4, only cosmetic changes were there. While once we moved from DDR4 to DDR5, the entire architecture has changed, and the kind of bandwidth and the speed rates have increased tremendously. Now, earlier it could have been a compute-bound system. Now the system became a memory-bound system. So once you move from DDR4 to DDR5, much of that memory ball will be able to pass off. This is happening at both the client level, laptop, desktop, workstation, and even at the server level as well. Therein also the kind of newer processors that are coming, they are giving you 96, 128 kind of cores, and to give bandwidth to those kind of cores, you need DDR5 kind of memory. That is a big change that is happening, and a must for the next generation kind of infrastructure. On top of that, whenever you want to go beyond 2 to 3 terabyte of memory within a same single server, then a next gen technology that is coming up is CXL. With CXL behind a PCIe lane, now you'll be able to attach what could look like an SSD, but actually would be the DRAM components built into an SSD form factor, E3.S2T. That will allow you to expand beyond say 2 to 3 terabyte that you can normally go within a 2U kind of server. This technology also will change the entire shape of the data center, and would be going on and increasing from right now it is just at 128 GB to 256 GB kind of capacity, but the PCIe lanes are enormous. So you can think of 2 to 3 terabyte of memory that is just right across the CPU, and then behind the PCIe lanes, then you can add 2 to 4 terabyte more, and that also will also be just one hop away from the CPU. CPU will not know whether it is accessing the memory right next to it or from the PCIe lanes. It is just a local hop to a remote hop. That is the only NUMA hop difference that will happen, and that will also change the entire industry. The way we look at memory and the way clearing has to happen from a memory standpoint perspective. Now coming on to the storage side, Gen 4 NVMe SSD, Rajesh talked already about it. It has already moved on to Gen 5 NVMe SSD and kind of 14 plus gigabytes per second. So theoretical limit also we are almost about to reach out there. That all is happening because at the NAND level, once you move from 176 layer 3D NAND to 232 layer 3D NAND, again all the advantages right from capacity, bandwidth to power, efficiency, all were accruing at the NAND level, and once you bring it to the SSDs, then it can do wonders for either gaming kind of use case and the newer age influencers kind of use case that is coming up. So in the same single PC, you will be able to multitask, you will be able to do a lot more things and play games as well, and still the power that you will require from an SSD drive, that you will be able to get that. Coming on the server side, there again the capacity standpoint is huge. Kind of 30 terabyte is already launched out there, and earlier customer has to choose between a TLC SSD or a QLC SSD. If you want very high capacity, the only option was QLC SSD, and then to bring the TCO down, you had to move to a QLC SSD, while the endurance storage was not there, the performance was not there, and then you have to choose one or the other parameter. Now to bring best of the both worlds, we have launched Micron 6500. That actually bridges both the gap. It is a TLC SSD. It goes up to 30 terabyte capacity, but being at 232 layer 3D NAND, most of the other industry players, they are still at 176 or lower number of 3D NAND layers, which is why from a TCO perspective we can be at the same level with a TLC NAND product only. So you get the performance, you get the endurance, and you get the TCO of a QLC kind of drive. That is happening at the server level as well. This will also change the industry, and this has been taken up by most of the hyperscalers. Even cloud service providers in India have also embraced these kind of technology, and this will pave the future for the next generation systems.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sharma. I think we got a very good idea about the future of storage and how the high layered layers will incorporate these into the system. I would now like to request Mr. Vishal Prakash Shah to talk about a topic which is slightly different from, though involved in technology. As you know, a lot of technology is now being developed by medium and small enterprises, and they are growing a lot, particularly in this sector. And he also informed me earlier in the day that the overall investment of the small and medium enterprises in this sector really is very high and exceeds some of the mid and large size companies as well. And in this there is two important aspects. One is this is a technology driven industry, so compliance is very important. A lot of small and medium enterprises may not understand the value of compliance, may not know how to do the compliance, though it can be very simple. So I'd like you to throw a light on this, because this is an important business aspect in the entire ecosystem. Over to you, Mr. Shah.
Thank you, Mr. Day. Thank you for having me here. So good afternoon all. Yeah. So basically, since we are discussing this entire transition of ICT in next 5 to 10 years, I am foreseeing that this kind of transition is going to be market driven. In last 2 years, if you see the data, collectively the MSMEs, they have invested whatever in ICT has already exceeded the investment by government as well as investment by large enterprises. So now it is a market to reckon very seriously, and that is going to drive how the design thinking of the tech companies will work. So in past few years, maybe when most of the products were developed having a design thinking approach of it is going to be functioning for a specific objective. It will basically be developed for technical people. Now that entire design thinking has to change, because these MSMEs are not technically sound people. Even technical or IT people are not on their side. IT talent does not aspire to work with MSMEs. So the role of the system integrators, the entire IT channel or IT partners or system integrators ecosystem will be more desired by this particular market. At the same time, what solutions are sold to enterprise segment may not be sold to MSME segment because of complexity, affordability, and many other reasons. So what I foresee is in next 3 to 5 years, we are going to see plug and play compliance devices which will take care of everything. It will take care of insider threat mitigation, any external threats, even storage, encryption, data loss prevention, data leakage prevention, and that will be an enormous opportunity for entire IT community to basically serve the MSME on a very consultative basis. So that is one thing, and why it is going to happen, why compliance, because now most of the enterprises, first let us understand, every MSME is either supplier to a large enterprise or an exporter or a owner of a product. So now when they are going to government for empanelment, or they are going to some large enterprise for empanelment as a supplier, now they are given an assignment that okay, you have to get compliant with all your cyber security, IT and everything, and only if you comply, you successfully get through that particular audit, then only we can empanel you. So that is where this particular sensitivity towards IT compliance, data protection is rapidly catching the attention of the MSMEs, and now they are ready to invest. Another thing I am seeing is the last mile deployment of IoT devices. Basically, there are a lot of startups who are software companies who develop preventive maintenance in industry, preventive maintenance IoT devices, which are either placed on the rotary devices of a factory or a temperature device of the factory, and then through the edge computing, that data goes to the data center. They use AI and ML to indicate whether there is going to be any problem or not. So it is a very innovative way of preventive maintenance and predictive maintenance. So there, the deployment of that particular sensor product, on the last mile is going to be a huge opportunity for entire ICT industry, especially the players, service-oriented players in the IC industry. So these are the two things which I, foresee.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shah. Now, no word on technology or any technology panel is complete these days without talking about cybersecurity. And you know the huge problems and alarms which we face in the cybersecurity world. And this is nothing new even for business enterprises. So I would like to now request Mr. Gaurav Bhatnagar talk a little bit about cybersecurity and his products and companies.
Hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sukanta, for giving this opportunity. I'm Gaurav from Kaspersky, and we are a cyber defense company. So if I take you through, last 20 years of IT industry, and when we all of, I think, started our career with the IT industry. So initially, those days, people talks about antiviruses and stuff, and then it is again their choice whether to have the security in their PC environment or not. Gradually, 4 or 5 years down the line, we see, that antiviruses has been a compulsion because of the Trojans and the malware infections we are facing in our IT environment. Gradually, the industry has moved and shaping up. Industry gets. We see the era of EDR. So people talks about endpoint security, scaled up themselves from antivirus to EDR. Nowadays, people talks about XDR. XDR is the latest trend. Everyone is talking about what XDR is all about. And we see across the globe, most of the organizations are threatened by threat vectors who are sitting across the globe and targeting the large enterprise company. And now we are talking about threat intelligence as a motion. We talk about red teaming as a motion. So this is an industry shift, and what I see, cybersecurity, it's a journey. It's not an end. This is a security standpoint. When you talk about from the orientation or maybe compliances portion, if you see, Reserve Bank of India has, it's a mandate has been given to all the centralized and public sector bank to have compromise assessment as a mandate, to have red teaming as a mandate. So this has become a compulsion for all the enterprise companies. It's a large business piece which every IT fraternity, IT partner has to look about, because you talk manufacturing, manufacturing has a threat. They should have an piece of ICS, OT security. You talk financial fintech companies, BFSI. It's a mandate for them to have red teaming. It's a mandate to have compromise assessment once a year at least. You talk about any industry. Now, what we generally see is that this is getting a never-ending story, because every day we see a new TTPs, a new style of getting attacked from the threat vectors, and now this is happening all over the globe. There are, I can say, there are millions of threat vector communities who sits on the dark web. Earlier we used to see that the surface web only been targeted, but now dark web is a place wherein all this malfunctioning is been sold. So I can give you certain example. Couple of my CTO friends were talking about that data. Every confidential data is now available for selling. You talk them any information about any confidential information, they are ready to sell. Which means our entire which means my personal data, your organization data, multinational organization data, all data are available to sell. So the only way is to handle these kind of malfunctions, having a compromise assessment on at least a yearly basis, to have red teaming activities. On top of it, you should have threat intelligence piece as a motion, wherein you will get the advanced threat intelligence. So it's a 24/7 activity, wherein if you see any compromise happen in your organization, you could see that what all things have been compromised, your assets has been compromised, or your credentials have been compromised. So I think this is a new learning which we also getting learned day by day, and this is never. I don't see there's a one-stop challenge where we see that it is going to end. So. That is about threat intelligence. Last but not the least, you talk about now people also talking about the brand compromise. Earlier I was talking about the data compromise. Now you see a challenge which is coming from a brand compromise. You never know, who is using your logo, who is using your product's name. There are so many counterfeit products are available on Amazons of the world, or on the Flipkarts of the world. Now you never know that this product is original, this product is coming from a right channel, or these products are sold by a gray market area. Because when we see that the price differences are much, one genuine product, same name, same model number, same lookalike is available at X price, and another window, the same products is available at X minus 1 price. So that's nothing but brand violation. Many organizations are facing this challenge, and we as Kaspersky always provide a solution. Maybe it's a brand image violation, or maybe it's a data breach violation. So that's all I think from my side. If you have any questions, you can ask me off late there. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bhatnagar. Impersonation is a very big business. That's what he was talking about. I can tell you my own personal case. One of my car's number plate was stolen. When I went to the police station, I said my car number plates are stolen. So he says, "Aapka gaadi chori nahi wala, gaadi nahi chori hai, number plate chori hua." So he took it very casually. And then I get a call from another police station far away. Says that, "Is this your car?" I said, "The number plate is correct, but the car is sitting downstairs without a number plate." So he says, "No, did you go here, did you go there, and blah, blah, blah." Cut a long story short, we don't have time. This happened in March of last year. I'm still fighting a case in the court. This is between the government of Delhi and myself, where they are saying that your car was involved in some high-speed thing in somewhere in North Delhi, where I never go. I tried to even look at the location. I've never gone there in my life probably. And the case is still going on. and the judges refuses to believe he says, she says that the camera took the picture of your car. I said the camera took the picture of my number plate. That was not my car, somebody else's car. But you see, the criminals are so clever. They use the same type of car. The car from which this number plate was stolen was a Honda City. So they used the Honda City also, so that they could confuse the police and the courts and everybody, which they have successfully done for the last 15 months. So you have to be very careful. Impersonation is a very big business, and that's what Mr. Bhatnagar was alluding to. Now I would request Mr. Satish Arora talk a little bit about the Microsoft AI, the enhanced productivity, their multimodal product called Copilot, the advanced threat detection possibilities, and the proactive risk mitigation, which are very important, essential elements of technology.
So I must tell that the era of generative AI is here, and you must engage with the AI. You must identify one technology and convert all your company's intelligence into the AI. You must convert your experience and the data of your companies into AI and use in a better way. Our partnership with Microsoft is just to ease these, the complex technology, to make that simplify to all of you. And the Copilot and the Microsoft Defender, the two technologies which we are going to focus more for a few years from now. So you must utilize that. That's all.
Thank you so much. So we'll have a quick second round. If anybody is interested in any specific points you may discuss. May I request Mr. Saurabh Dey to talk about how you integrate all these new technologies in the partner network? That would be of interest to especially partner organizations as here.
Hello. Yes, Sukanta, that's a very relevant question, because just growing technology is not enough. I think most of us here, we are a partner-driven organization, and we pass on information to our network of dealers, distributors, system integrators, wholesalers, etc. So it's very important. Training is probably the most important than it's ever been. So we have to innovate in the area of training as well. In my company, Geonix, we have a policy of doing dealer conventions once every month. And I'm just back from Bombay, actually, where we have had 2 dealer conventions back to back in Andheri and in Vashi. What I have found is the dealer base is still not really used to online training. We have had initiatives, but I think maybe we have to change the format of online training. Just pure monologues will not do. We have to have interactive online sessions. But it's still, even in the digital age, it's very important to have one-to-one contact with your distributor dealer network. And for system integrators, we have a traveling trainer actually now who helps in giving them hands-on training. Training has to be very hands-on. It cannot be theoretical. It cannot be futuristic. It has to be in the now and the present, and you have to give them specific tools that they can pass on to the dealer, to the consumer base. Consumers have all types of questions. Very often, as we all know, consumers don't really know what exactly they want. What type of storage device should I have? M2? Should I have NVMe? Should I have SSD? Should I have the U2 format? What type of storage should I have? Now, the trend is in gaming. What type of graphics card should I take? What are the differences, right? And what type of motherboard should I have? So it's very often we look at dealers and distributors as consultants, not just sellers. And so I think training, you can call it training 2.0 or whatever. Training has to be taken. It's more important than ever before. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Saurabh, for all this. And training and skill development is an ever-going process with the changing technologies. If any other panel members wants to make a point, we can. Otherwise, I'd like to throw the discussion open to the house. If any one of you in the audience wants to ask any question or any comments, I'd like to welcome that. So, if there is nothing else, I'd like to end the panel. And I think we covered the wide range, right, from storages to cybersecurity to MSME compliances and integrating technology with partner networks, skill development. We discussed a lot about risk mitigation, the proactive nature of the technologies of the future. And so with that, I'd like to hand over the panel to the organizers for the next.
Thank you very much to all the panels for this wonderful discussion. Requesting Mr. Swapan Roy to please come up on stage. We would like to present some gifts as a token of appreciation, sponsored by LabCare to all the panelists. In the meanwhile, we all can please rise up and have a group photograph. Well, this was a wonderful panel discussion on the latest ICT technologies, the changing business dynamics and their impact on vendor-partner ecosystem, challenges and opportunities in ICT industry. We would like to thank Mr. Rajesh Khurana, Mr. Rohit Sharma, Mr. Vishal Parekh Shah, Mr. Saurabh Dey, Mr. Gaurav Bhatnagar and Mr. Satish Arora for joining us in the panel. And of course, Mr. Sukanta Dey for moderating it. We'll take a moment before having the panel discussion. We have a presentation by Supertron VAT, and I would like to invite Arko Biswas, Product Business Owner, Surveillance and Networking.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, dear panelists, for such an enlightening session. Hello, hi everyone. Welcome. Today, can I have the... Okay. Supposed to be... Welcome all. I'm excited to share about the overview of Supertron value-added distribution to all of you and introduce our offerings across Asia and EMEA region. So let me give you a brief about Supertron Group in a snapshot. Supertron Group has been growing steadily and has been, has diversified into various verticals. We started as ICT hardware distribution and expanded into various consumer tech product and technology solutions. We have further diversified ourselves but can delve into various verticals and technologies. Let me take you through the journey. So Supertron as a group has been present in more than 600 locations across India, and we cater it through our 60 offices. We are present in Singapore and UAE. Through our Singapore office, we cater to the Southeast Asia region, and from our UAE office, that's in Dubai, we cater to the Africa and the Gulf countries. Now, Supertron envisions itself to be a technology leader, and we believe our mission is to pioneer converge communications, linking families and businesses and communications while enhancing human proficiency. Now we at VAD, I would just call it VAD for all of us. So we at VAD focus on AV, that's audiovisual, surveillance, data storage and cloud. Our approach is both technological and consultative, and we cater to the unique needs of our customers who are spread across various industries by providing them high quality solutions. Now, we empower our customers by truly understanding what they require and what is their need, and accordingly, we tailor a solution by having immense dialogues and providing easy accessibility to new technological advancement, and ensure, of course, in the end, profitability to all our customers and partners. Now at Supertron VAD, our sole goal is to grow with our partners and customers. We provide for that, in order to attain that, we provide immense trainings, we help them build a solution, we provide POCs for them, and in the end, of course, since Supertron has been into distribution, we provide them with a solid logistic backbone, which helps all of our customers to ensure or to achieve earlier completion of projects. Let me take you through the brand which Supertron VAD has. As you can see, we have 3 domains, that is audio, video, and security, data center storage, and cloud applications. We are the deemed OEMs of some of the brands here. I'll take you through. So this is an example of an audio-video solution we have, and I would just like to bring your attention to a brand called Ava Media. Now, Ava Media, or I would say Ava Solutions, has the capability of catering to SOHO and to medical healthcare industry. That's the range this particular OEM caters to. This is an example of corporate AV, which which can cater to meeting rooms, to a sock knock kind of an environment. It has a wide range of applications. A sub BU, I would say, a sub company of Ava is called Ava Medical. Now, Ava Medical is specifically tailored to cater to healthcare industries. It enhances the doctor-patient interaction. It can be employed in OTs. It can, as you can see, although images could be a bit blurred, but it also sends, it uses a lot of AI and sends intelligent notifications to the persons who are handling the VMS. Oh, sorry. Now this is one more example of AVA, or the this thing. AVA has high utility in the classrooms as well as courtrooms. It has enhanced visualizers, which is where the software is running, where the software is continuously using AI to give you smart feeds. So this is one of the examples. Now for the surveillance portfolio, this is where my love is. So in surveillance, we are exclusive distributors of Motorola solutions in Southeast Asia. So in surveillance, or in Motorola's portfolio, we have brands like Avigilon, Pelco, Vigilant, WatchGuard, OpenPath, Videotech, all capable of the range, I would say, begins from a 2MP to a 4K camera. Some of the cameras are X-proof, marine-proof. It has on-cloud cameras, on-prem cameras, as well as cloud cameras, and it goes beyond. Now, this is a simple way of showcasing what Motorola has in its kitty. So in Motorola, we can give you a simple camera, which is just going to record the feed. We can, if somebody requires a VMS to utilize the metadata created by the camera, that can be given. If somebody requires edge cameras, that also is being catered by multiple brands of Motorola. Motorola also has a long-range cameras, which the bare minimum starts from 8 kilometers. That's the range of Motorola cameras. And of course, if somebody requires a complete setup of camera, NVR, and the VMS, we have that in Motorola. So this is what our focus is. We focus on variety. We focus from system integrators to EPC to solution integrators. We focus on all, and that's how we spread our market reach. You must be seeing a lot of common names, very well-known names, and that's how we have grown. That's how we have diversified in the market. These are some of the logos which we have acquired through our partner network by building strong relationship with the customer, consultants, as well as our partners. And so you can see Maldives Airport, you can see Supreme Court of India, which we're currently doing. Of course, Assam Police, IOCL, and ONGC. So that would be all from me. Thank you all. And if you want to visit us, you can always find more details at seveadv.com. Thank you all. This is the video of Supertron. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your presentation. Now it's time to have the next panel discussion, how to grow distribution business in the prevailing conditions. I would like to invite the moderator for the session, Mr. Sukanta De, on stage. We are honored to have on the panel with us the speakers, Mr. Debraj Tham, Chief of Supertron VAD, Mr. Gaurav Ranade, CTO, Ra Infotech Private Limited, Ms. Garima Mishra, Sales Head, Apple Wellington India Limited, Mr. Satish Arora, Senior General Manager, Sales and Operations, Civil Technologies, and Mr. Sumit Mata, Founder and MD, Spark Technologies Private Limited. Let us all have a warm round of applause for the wonderful panel. Over to Sukanta, sir.
From the national distributor to the consumer's hand through various layers of distribution, but the form never changes, nothing changes. Packaging doesn't change, distribution price doesn't change, nothing happens. But these products are very different types of products, and they require a huge amount of knowledge in part of each member of the channel, each layer of the channel. And so that's why it's a value-added distribution. And the first speaker would be Mr. Debraj Dham, and I would request him of Supertron Electronics, to request him to tell us what is the difference between a regular distribution and a VAD. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Sukanta, for your introduction and raise the right and valid questions. What is the difference between the regular distributor and the value-added distributions? You know, so we know that the distribution, OEM and the channel, and in between is the distributions. Distribution have two different form. One is on the volume form and one is the value forms. So when we talked about the value distributions, you required a lot of technical knowledge, what you talked about just few minutes back. In the each layer of the organizations, it's equivalent. You are basically the bridging between the system integrator, end customer, and the OEM. So value distributions is required. The first thing is required is the consulting. So you have to have the approach or the mindset of the consulting approach, because you are on the project business, the SI is on the project business. They have to understand what is the end customer needs and what is the gap, how you define the TCO and ROI. Based on that, the entire solution or the budgeting will finalized. So it's a very, very important for the enterprise space, the value distributions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dham. I now, the complexity of this chain is quite evident. You have the system integrator on one side, you have the OEM on the other side, and you have a relevant customer. So there are three elements which happen step by step. One is what we technically call the pre-sales arrangement. That itself is a large planning thing which we do. And then we have the on-sales, when the actual sales actually happens. And then of course there is a large chain, a large lot of tail of what is called the after-sales service. So a pre-sales, on-sales, and after-sales service. So value-added distribution is complex in this particular business category. I would now like to request Madam Garima Mishra, who's the sales head of Apple India, Reddington Limited. And I wanted to ask her on two important things. And one of the most important thing is the partner's profitability. How does a global organization like Apple help in the partner's profitability? How do they, what are the things they do to ensure that the partner is continuously profitable? Only a profitable partner can give the right service and the right attention to not only the end consumer, but also to the product. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Well, first of all, thank you so much that I'm a part of the panel of such esteemed guests here. And also, I'm equally representing two very big domains. Apple, which is world's most profitable company, and I'm glad that we're talking about profitability of partners. And B, Reddington, which is the national distributor of Apple, and not only Apple, many more such devices. So, and in fact, this is probably a very good forum wherein I can actually touch upon this topic of profitability. Because, you know, it's such a heart-touching and a sensitive topic for not only the national distributor like us, but also for a brand like Apple, and equally important for all the partners fraternity. Let me just take you all, you know, to one of the conversations I've had with one of my own partners. And you know, this is, I'm just narrating something which has happened in real life a couple of months back. During one of my travels, I met one of the partners who's a very big enterprise partner, without going into the name details and everything. And they're pretty big, they're pretty predominant. And during one of the very candid conversations that I've had, he actually, you know, touched upon his own emotions and said that, ma'am, there's something that I would like to thank Reddington for, and that is, 4 years back, Reddington, the team then Reddington, had come to me and shown me a figure. They had told me, you know, 4 years later or 5 years later, this is a ballpark figure that we, you know, envisage to take you at. And that ballpark figure was 1,000 crore figure. So probably 4.5 years back, the then team Reddington had actually shown a vision to this partner that this partner would be touching 1,000 crore family ballpark figure. And he actually, you know, a couple of months back, shook hands with me, thanked me, and said, thank you so much, Team Reddington, that I've actually done that in less than the vision that you all had given me to. Now, how is this happening? How is, you know, how are people coming to us and saying that they've done this journey? My conversation with n number of partners, what they actually, you know, look upon is, say, if I'm sitting here as sales at Apple, I mean, Apple has given a target to them. They have that short-sightedness. Okay, this is my weekly target, this is my quarterly target, this is my annual target, or whatsoever. There is something which a national distributor like Reddington does beyond that. Definitely your short-term target is there, and we are there to meet that number with you. But what is important along with your top line is equally your bottom line. How do we help you with your bottom line? There are 3-4 ways how we, you know, and it's not one size fits all. It's different set of partners. It's different set of products that we are talking about at different time spans and different intervals. You know, there are, when we break this problem, and now when we've identified the problem statement as profitability, we also have to understand that it's equally important for Reddington as a national distributor as well, right? So when you identify the problem, you have to basically break that into basic, simple components. Are we talking about the right product mix? Because please understand, every product has a different kind of a margin. Every different kind of a partner set has a different kind of a margin. How can we work upon with them to work on those lines of profitability? And mind you, if I'm sitting here today and talking about profitability, it is not short term. It is a long-term goal that we have to envisage. It is a number of products with which we have to plan it. It has to be bundling of products or mixing some product with, within the universe with each other to envisage that kind of number or that kind of profitability vision that we are thinking upon. Also, think about smallest of problem that the partner faces. Let's be practical. If we look into the partner universe, and we're not only talking about the top 20% of the partners, we're talking about the entire partner universe. How many of the partners actually have a CRM software with them? How many of them do a stock forecasting? Right? So these are the pain points of the partners which we as national distributors understand. These are the things with which we can help them out. Basic stock forecasting. What is the kind of inventory that they have? Help them manage their own inventory so that they have the fast moving stocks aligned, and accordingly they also look at the slow moving or potential dead inventory in their own shop floor. So these are basic things, and again, as I said, it's not one size fits all. It's not one solution that we sell to everyone. It is very customized, it is very personalized, and each and individual partner would actually have a different preferred solution from us. So that is probably how we as Redington, we've looked into this, and we as Apple together worked on these directions, sir.
Thank you so much, Garima. I think you took me back in time in the late 70s when I was sales manager of Unilever. My boss always used to ask me one thing: have you done the profitability worksheet of the distributor? That's the work I used to hate, because that's the most boring work, and I would sit opposite the distributor. He will not tell me the right mileage of the vehicle he's used. Let's say he has got 7 trucks or whatever, because I have to put all that in the costing. He will not give me the right inventory because there was no software, there was no computers, there was no mobile phones that time, and everything was, we had to do it by keeping records in hand. And it was a very gory exercise and a difficult exercise. But the first thing my boss will ask me is, have you done the distributor this thing? Because we had a system, Unilever, those days in the 70s, where the top, say, 100 distributors in India, we used to do the profitability by hand, send it to our head office in Bombay. I was in the eastern region. And from Bombay, the whole thing is collated and sent to London. And the sales figures were sent every Thursday to London. Can you imagine everything on hand? And there was to be a telex operator who used to send it. I mean, no technology. It is like Alexander the Great conquering the whole world almost known to mankind. From the age of 16, he starts working. He dies at the age of 31. He conquers the whole world known to mankind, from England to the borders of India, the entire North Africa, the entire Middle East. No computers, no mobile phones, no nothing. And today, one Ukraine war, a little strip of eastern Ukraine, we cannot conquer with all the technologies. We're still working on it. So there's a world of difference. So this is just to bring you in perspective that these things were always done by various people. But now the new technologies makes it completely different. The challenges are new. The speed of operation is new. And with that, I'd like to request Mr. Gaurav Ranade, who is the only CTO person here in the sales and marketing panel. And I would request him to give his perspective on value-added distribution. So,
thank you, Sukanta, for having me in this panel. And it's a role as a VAD, so I termed it as the trust advisor in the entire chain, from the system integrator with the resellers, then distributors, so called as a VAD, as distinguished to be VAD for that, and then finally the customer, and then along with that OEM perspective. Yes, there are many of the ways you have to put your value addition, that whenever there would be any particular problem statement or any of the product, you have to sell it. But nowadays it's not a product orientation, it's a purely solution centric. So when its solution has to come into the picture, it means that entire integration has to be coming across, and it's not about the one single OEM, or it's like as a combination of multiple OEMs all together, and then to stitch that entire perspective into one way where the customer, you have to let them understand what is exactly their pain issues, how it has to be resolved, and you should be trust advisor to be many of the times as a vendor agnostic. So being as a VAD, it's not my only product has to go into that portfolio, whatever the solution has to come across. So many of the time that it becomes challenging from being as a value-added distributor, to look at from the OEM, from that our SI partners, as well as our customers' preferences, but have to be as a trust advisor. That's a first and foremost priority for that. As initially there was a wonderful presentation before this panel to be started, that everything has been mentioned over there, what is the role as a VAT for that. But I think that the most critical, along with the pre-sales, it's a post-sales support as well. So the post-sales, that once the product has been sold or the solution has been sold to the customer, but how exactly that support has to given it to the customer, their role of a VAT becomes very crucial. Till the time that solution is not appropriately provided or handed over to the customer by addressing that pain issues, I don't think that will address the exact role of a value-added distributor for this. So in my purview, in a day-to-day basis challenges, that the operational or technical integration perspective, I believe that the value-added distributor plays a crucial role in this technology era, not in terms of the niche technology, but even many of the times of the basic perspective or the basic technology or infrastructure on that part. But it, day by day, it becomes the proven term that a value-added distribution is going to be for longer terms in that.
Gaurav, thank you very much. I think the post-sales support is most important, because that is what gives you the next customer and the next business with the same customer. So there's nothing probably more important than that. Now I would like to request Mr. Sevak Nautiyal, his 3,000 plus channel partners. They are 26 years in UTM, cybersecurity products, LAN active products, passive cables, etc. So we'd really like to hear from you, what are the dynamic needs of a value-added distributor in the digital age? Over to you, sir.
Very good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, NCN, and thank you, Mr. Day, for the... Personally, my belief about the value distributions, earlier, all people was working as a dealer. And dealer ka most of time we were buying from the distributors, keeping inventory with us and selling. So what happened after a certain time, distributor become more efficient. Us particular time pe distributor was not efficient. So we were just a dealer or sub-distributor, we are keeping the product with us, selling the products. Payment system was not so efficient. Market में बहुत सारी जो payment crisis थी. So what happened gradually, distributor, large distributor become efficient. तो उनकी जो sub-distributor की need जो खत्म हो गई. So lot of people run away from the business. Then some people like us who converted themselves into the value-added distributorship. What a value-added distributorship, it's closely, purely you can say, system integration आप कर नहीं रहे हैं, just आप जाके end customer को billing नहीं कर रहे हैं, almost हम पूरा काम करते हैं. Customer को advance में demo देने से, demo equipment देने से लेकर के, उसको pre-sales demo देने से लेकर के, lead generation से लेकर के, even जब तक उसका system, उसके payment नहीं आ रही थी customer की, तब तक हम customer के SI के साथ खड़े हैं. So that is the value we are adding with the system integrators, partners. This value which easily nobody can add. And this is the role of the value-added distribution today. If they can add more value, my simple understanding कि एक cycle की chain है, उसमें आप कि पहले हमारी 2 bit या 3 bit होती थी. If I can put 20 bits in that, your survivability, your sustainability will go long term. So same as a value-added distributors, जितना उनका infrastructure, they can create more capital, they can have more pre-sales team, better post-sale teams. They must have more demo, they could create the leads. In all those things there. Just one thing he's not doing, he's not billing directly to the customer. There is some partners who's taking the entire roles, and or some area where you are specialized, working, contributing in that domains. That's the role of the value distributions. And I believe those converted themselves, this domain, they will survive, they will sustain, and nobody can compete them. That's my understanding about the VAT. Thank you.
Yeah, very well said. I think the value-added distributor is quite different from a traditional distributor. I all my life worked with traditional distributors, so they are relatively much easier, and this is a very complex ecosystem. Which I'd now like to request Mr. Satish Arora. He is the Sales and Operation Senior General Manager for Savex Technologies, and to give his perspective on the pre-sales, the on-sales, and the post-sales activities in the value-added distribution system?
So I'll tell you, I mean, all the three pieces are very important. Along with this, I mean, we always believe that the funnel creation and enablement to the partner is very, very important. Now, a lot of new technology is coming. A lot of partners are adopting new technology. They are selling certain technologies. So the telling, I mean, to educate the partner, SI partner probably, is very important. And obviously the pre-sales and post-sales and the managed services is also one of the important part of the value-added distribution. Along with this, a lot of SIs for a large transaction, they need leasing facility, which we are also, I mean, focusing to provide that. So it is end-to-end support, which include leasing also, and a lot of financial support also.
Thank you so much, Mr. Arora. Now I'd like to again go back to, we are lucky to have the most highly rated company in the world, Apple, their person here on the panel. I'd like to ask Ma'am Mishra once again, in the vendor partner ecosystem, what balance does a distributor of the stature of Reddington provide? How does he balance the vendor partner ecosystem to keep up the profitability and keep up the high sales volume of an expensive product like Apple?
So, you know, some time back I entered this room and I was just glancing through people sitting here, and I realized almost all of them are using an Apple phone. So, well, I know that does not answer this question, but that definitely builds the platform for us. So, you know, when we as national distributor, we have to look into balancing the vendor or the partner ecosystem. What is very important is, you know, understanding that yes, technology is there, the technology is evolving, and in fact, if I just have to take Apple, there are so many products within Apple, and not only products as devices, but also as solutions, right? There are so many products within Apple, but what actually important is to make these products reach the right set of customers, right? And again, at what cost? Say Apple, when we're talking about, okay, I'm taking Apple as an example because I am in that line of business. Now, as a national distributor, when I see the brand has a pull, it is catchy enough, it is meaty enough, right? Then I also have to analyze the set of customers or consumers that are waiting out there to grab it. We all know Apple has a you know, new product introduction, a new mobile variant launches every year annually, somewhere around September, October, right? The kind of queue that is there waiting at any Apple store to just have a look at this device is insane. And I mean it insane. If we talk about the Apple store that is there in Saket, it had a waiting queue of somewhere around 3.5 hours. And I myself was on the waiting queue with no privileges attached, right? So that is the kind of the brand pull that we have. But also, we are available in tier 1, we are available in tier 2, and predominantly available. But are we there in the rural? Are we there in the tier 3, 4 segment? Now, the question is, we know we need to increase our coverage, right? Expansion is the mantra. That is where Reddington pitches a balance between the partner fraternity and the vendor fraternity. So we identify the gaps. We identify where is the brand pull. And then we build a strategy around how to bridge up that gap. There is something known as, you know, the multi-brand outlets or the smaller set of outlets, which is not, you know, fully branded Apple. There are multi-branded outlets, right? So increase those number of outlets so that the technology evolution that we are talking about is actually reaching the right set of people. Now my question is, what good is a technology if it does not reaches its hands, right? If we talk about Apple as one of the most profitable brands and we enter a room where we don't even find a single iPhone, what good is it? So the brand holds its value only when it reaches the right set of customers. And that supply chain, that logistic, that building between the technology, that bridging up is done by the national distributor. Now, it's not easy for me to go to a partner and tell them that, hey, just because this is selling, you need to sell this. Even he would come up with a lot of questions. So, penetrating target market and penetrating data-backed target market and penetrating data-backed target market with your sense of profitability is where the national distributor builds up the gap. And that is how, we try, we strive, we are continuously improving on maintaining a balance between the vendor and the partner ecosystem.
Thank you very much. That reminds me of an incident a couple of years back. This was after the holiday season is over, not on the peak of the holiday season, sometime in September when I go to UK every year. So when gone over there, I was walking down Oxford Street, which is one of the main high streets of UK, and I saw a huge queue. I'd never seen this. I mean, I go every year to the UK. And then I asked one of the guys, what's this queue for? I thought, they don't have ration. They don't have to wait. They don't have to stand in a rice line or a sugar line. He said, no, you don't know. I said, no, I don't know. He said that that Apple phone, the new latest launch. I said, there are 5, 6 Apple. There's an Apple store in Regent Street, which is next door. There's an Apple store in Piccadilly Circus, which is again next door. But all the stores have those big lines. So that's a compliment to you, ma'am. So Apple is no doubt the most highly valued company in the world. And one of the reasons, if you go back to the history of Apple and read it, because you guys are in the same business, so I must tell you that when many years back, when Steve Jobs was designing the product, see, they said the most important element of the marketing mix has product, place, you know all that. The most important element is the product. For example, the Mercedes-Benz doesn't have a marketing department because it sells automatically. And in the high end, the high states, state chiefs and other things, if they want a customized Mercedes, they have to wait for 6 months or 1 year, and they wait. So the product is supreme. So similarly, Apple, when Steve Jobs designed the product, he focused only on the product. He was not interested in the pricing and the distribution. He said, I have to get a perfect product. And one of the things which he had in mind was that women are big purchasers of everything. But when it came to phones, his research, his data showed that only 30% of, at that point in time, this is about 15 odd years back, 20 years back, the data showed that only 40% of the women were using mobile phones, particularly in a particular town or in the US, wherever he did the research. He says, I want to increase this penetration higher. So he says, I will create a product which a lady will buy in competition to buying a jewelry. The lady has XYZ money, he'll say, okay, I'll use it, buy a jewelry or a expensive dress. No, I'll buy a phone first. So he changed the preference of ladies by creating a product which every lady, when he wants to pick out something from the purse, doesn't pick out an expensive jewelry, but picks out the Apple phone. And that's again a compliment to you, ma'am. And it's working. So even now, after that, by the way, the penetration among women is very high now, about 80-90%, of which the largest market share is with ladies. Of course, there are many other brands, there are global brands like Samsung and all that, but Apple is decidedly right at the top. Apple is the Rolls-Royce of the product all of us use every day. All of us hold it in our hands. And now with the mobile phone, we do everything, starting from banking to commerce to entertainment to what have you, So the mobile phone is not a phone anymore. It's actually a device which helps our lives move on a day-to-day basis. So I would like to now request any of the panel members if you have any specific points which you want to address. Otherwise, I'd like to open the floor for discussing any points they would like or any questions they'd like to ask. Anybody from the audience, you want to ask any questions or discuss any points? And so if not, then I would like to quickly summarize. I think, yeah, you want to say something? Yes, please.
So topic was the role of BAT today. So what I see, a lot of discussion gone to somewhere else also. What's the role of BAT? I believe the role of the BAT, whomever want to become BAT, it increasing day by day, because so many small products, so new products are coming, and for a system integrators to develop that kind of expertise inside of their system, it becomes very difficult, extremely impossible. So if BAT can create their ecosystems to support the partner, I assure you, your business will grow, and sustainability for long term will be there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this very important point. Another point which I'd like to say in my summing up, which is related to what just, sorry, you say.
Yeah, I think Natalji has talked about very important point, and it remind me that it's important is the training. The partner training is very, very important on the value-added distribution, because as I said earlier, that we have to be a bridge between the OEM and the SI and the customer, and the training is very, very important. Until unless the system integrator, as he talked about the new technology and the niche technology, until unless the SI is not aware of that technology, he will not able to go and position the solution to their end customer. Thank you, Natalji, that valid point. Thank you.
So it's taken on what he just said. India, the structure of India is very complex and large. We have, as per the census, 4,000 large towns, which is known as urban India. And we have 650,000 villages, which is known as rural India. And suffice it to say, obviously, the value-added distribution is more skewed towards the larger towns. So even the 4,000 towns which we have, do we have system integrators everywhere? Do we have an integration with the OEMs there? Do the consumers in those smaller towns are able to get the services and the products? Considering the fact that in the smaller towns now you have more electricity, the electricity is more stable, it is 180 volts plus, though it's supposed to deliver 220 volts, but whatever, it's better than before. There's more electrification in these towns. The number of hours the electricity is there is more. And on top of it, the telecommunication network of 5G is getting rolled out. So given the two contexts of electricity availability, the 5G telecommunication service getting available, it's not there everywhere now. In at least the first 4,000 towns, the entire urban India, can we make sure that we can have these products and services and these system integrators in these towns? I mean, that would be the next challenge. And if we look at it, if somebody does an analysis of it, you will find that in the smaller of these 4,000 towns, a lot of these services and a lot of these products are, even if they're existing, they're very small. So there's the opportunity and there's the potential. So yes, on this he'd like to add something.
Yeah. Sukanta, it's a very evident that, as you mentioned, that there is a common services centers all across India. There is a BharatNet which is reaching out every single Gram Panchayat up to 1 Gbps connectivity. So the small entrepreneurs as well as the state governments are enriching those particular locations and 4,000 towns which you have mentioned, that already the SI community is already there. If you talk about that the northern, eastern, south, west and central India, that most of the time that as an organization from the RH Infotech perspective, that we have a reachability with those SIs, with the partners, doing the evangelization tech shows as well. And then many of the times that the state governments are basically require those particular projects to be verified, the evangelization which need to be done, that's already is in process. And many of the times that the traction and interaction is much more conceded in those towns rather than into the big cities. It like as a much competition here, if you talk about the tier 1 cities comparative to the tier 2 and tier 3. But yes, that the traction is becoming day by day more as presence. We have to have that pre-sales and the post-sales resources to be placed in all these particular locations as well. So the presence had to be there, as rightly the co-panelists have mentioned. The trainings, evangelization, new technologies, trends had to reach out to those towns, and then on the basis of that, the next level of the role had to be imparted. And that is already going on. India is developing, that's for sure.
Yeah, please go ahead, please.
Yeah, I think it's also remind us one, because he's talked about the B, C and D class city. I just give you a very classic example of last year. So we, here most of the people is heard about the ITI, and everybody knows ITI means that it's a shadow, your classrooms and all. So one of the small partner from the remote place, they said that ITI has requested me to do the digitalization of the classroom. I said, are you sure that ITI is going for that? He said, yes. I said, they have a budget? They said, yes. Then what we have done is, and our team has done along with the SI on that remote place, given the product demo to the ITI, the directors, and then the director said that the cost is, in India, the camera, the school camera, the panels is available within 50,000 or 80,000. Why you are charging is a 2 lakh rupees camera? And when we show, our partners show that capability to that particular customer, ITI, and they have done, that's the first ITI, is gone for a 800 classroom, digital classroom with a world-class facility with the high-end cameras on the AV sides. So, if SI or the customer, if we are able to enable them in the right manner, I think the customer will buy the product what they need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there are no other points, I'd like to conclude for an exciting panel discussion, which all the 5 of us had. I think it was great talking about an important topic, distribution. As I said, in a large market like India, 4,000 towns, 650,000 villages, more than 300,000 consumer service, community service centers, with 5G being rolled out, electricity being more available. So I think there's an exciting future for SI, as Mr. Gaurav Ranade reconfirmed that they are available and they are doing all the post-sales activities and work which are required for this development. With this, I'd like to hand over to the organizers for taking us to the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the panel discussion. Requesting Swapan Roy to please come up on stage. Let's have a group photograph. We'd like to extend our gratitude to the panelists with a token of appreciation sponsored by Geonix. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for all the panelists. Mr. Debraj Tham, Mr. Gaurav Ranade, Ms. Garima Mishra, Mr. Satish Arora, and Mr. Sevak Nautiyal for joining us in this wonderful panel discussion. Before inviting the guests for the next panel discussion, we have a video by Supertron. Can we play the video, please? Thank you for playing that video. Up next, we have a panel discussion on the role of ICT associations in resolving the issues of vendors and partners and negotiating with the government. First up, I would like to invite the moderator, Mr. Sukanta Dey, on stage. On the panel, we are honored to have with us Mr. Devesh Rastogi, President FITA, Mr. Alok Ghelani, President FITAG, Mr. Alok Gupta, President PCAT, Mr. Champak Raj Gujar, President TATE, Mr. Nilesh Kadakia, Chairman ASIRT, and Mr. Prashant Jain, Chairman ISODA.
Many problems in the last, 20, 25 years. They have steered the industry, all these gentlemen who are with me, they have steered the industry into what it is today. Today it's a multi-billion-dollar industry, and such a large industry in a difficult country like India with lot of regulation, lot of government restrictions, lot of taxation. It's not easy to steer such an industry. And these gentlemen, every day they are fighting some battle between the government, between the vendor partners, and between helping their members to go to the next level of business and to increase their business viability, increase their overall business. And therefore, when the partners increase their business, obviously it benefits the consumer at large. So they have a pivotal role, and that role cannot be underestimated. And to do resolution between vendors and partners and financing and other itself, it's a big task. So they have to first do a resolution between the vendors and partners. Then they have to take up the causes of the vendors and partners with the relevant government officials. I would like to start the panel discussion with Mr. Devesh Rastogi, whom I know very well. He's a friend of mine, who's president of FITA. And he will appraise us of what is happening the latest, the last 6 months, 1 year, what is happening and what's going to happen in the next 6 months, 1 year in this exciting industry. As we have seen in the technology panel, as well as in the value-added distribution panel, there are a lot of changes which are happening. And earlier, before lunch, we had the gaming panel, which is an emerging segment which is coming up. So, over to you, Mr. Rastogi.
Thanks, Mr. Day. See, the business is changing. More brands and more products are evolving, and so is the competition. And when it comes to the competition, disruption also increases. So when we talk of FITA and how it engages with the number of issues, there is one dispute which happens occasionally with the vendors, with the distributors and our channel partners. FITA had an occasion in last 2 years for involving in two very big resolutions. One was with the Avita, that is a Hong Kong-based company which shut down its shutters, and they had a national distributor in India who has given the stock to the channel, and they stopped giving the services, they stopped giving the support, they didn't have the spares, and the huge stocks were stuck up. We started the mediation, and we were successful in getting 37 crores of rupees to channel from the national distributor as a support, and the channel was able to get out of it. Another case was happening in Bengal, where recently we got the compensation and the price settlement of 7 crores from one of the antivirus companies. Similarly, we had a very big issue with the Indian manufacturers of PC and the GEM, where the multinational companies were able to put up number of conditions which were not possible for the Indian companies in terms of the Microsoft certification of products and other things, and we could very successfully get through it and got the resolution. So these are number of, I'm giving you the example how the disputes are coming to us. And the main role of the association is a mediation, then of a arbitration. The role of the association to tell the brand where they are wrong, tell the distributors where they are wrong, and we also have to advise our own members how far they should take the dispute, because ultimately both the parties have to do the business. Partners may change, business will continue. So every dispute have to be settled in a manner where the business is also continued. So this is the how we are dealing with the issues, and this is a continuous process. One more change which I would like to tell in the statute, that is the new act, that is which refers to the mediation, Indian Mediation Act 2023. That is going to be part of the Felicitation Council, and any trade disputes which will go to the Felicitation Council will first go to the mediation route, and when the mediation is done with the body which will be recognized by the government, that is going to help a lot. Thank you, Mr. Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rastogi. I think it's a great thing that the example of which you gave of the Hong Kong-based company, that you were able to create a support program of 37 crores, which is not a small number, and the Bangalore-based company, the other example where you could get 7 crores from an antivirus for antivirus. These are all very large numbers, and I'm sure it was a difficult task to do. And the leadership of people like you in these type of mediation really helps. And as you said, mediation is far superior to arbitration. Arbitration, there's a judgment, this fellow is right or wrong. Mediation, you take people together and go to the next level of business. So whether the partners change, whether technology changes, business will continue and business has to continue. And that is the spirit with which leaders like Mr. Rastogi march forward. May I now request Mr. Prashant Jain, Chairman of Infotech Software Dealers Association, ISODA, to please give his comments on this.
Thank you, Dada. So my take is, as Mr. Rastogi just mentioned on the mediation, this is just one of the things, and there are many which can be taken up by different kind of associations. Like what we do in ISODA is we call it a Friday Connect series, wherein we bring in experts from different fields. They could be from the valuation, they could be from taxation, they could be from AI perspective, they could be from DPDP Act, they could be even some new technology players also. So, which means that they give not only the right kind of insight towards various aspects of business challenges, but also avenues for doing more collaboration, more business opportunities are found out, and then this is what we've been successfully doing for many number of years. Ours is a business, or we rather concentrate more on software products, cyber security, ever-changing business environments. This is how we've been doing it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Jain, that you are working also on cyber security and other related. So it's a complex chain of products and services for people like you are involved in. Cybersecurity itself is a subject in itself. So it requires, as you said, you get in experts from the relevant field, whether it is taxation, valuation, technologies, and with the help of experts, you complete this mediation process. I would now request Mr. Bharat Chedda, President of ASIRT, to give his views on this very important topic.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, NCN and Sukanta ji. ASIRT is a 12-year young associations supporting all competitors, now turned friends and collaborators. So we have ensured that all members of the associations are not just friends, they are collaborators and doing business together. So I feel the future is that where everyone comes together, unite, and maybe team up actually, because to extend the business actually and the competitions which is going to come, if you unite and work together, then that is the solutions to fight with the all big MNCs which are coming to the India actually. So that is one of the area which we are looking at. And as ISODA, Prashant ji and Devesh ji said, that the bringing OEMs and making members enable for the new technologies, that's where they come into the contact with the OEMs and they become more comfortable. And doing business with OEMs becomes quite easy. So the chances of grievances reduces, and we try that if there are any grievances, we have a committee and we ensure that we resolve it in an amicable way. So that's how we work, and we ensure that people grow together. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Mr. Nilesh Sah, thank you so much. I now request Mr. Gurjar, President of TAIT. He is not yet come. Okay. So Mr. Alok Gupta, President of PCAIT, to give his views on the subject.
Thank you, Dada. So being a Delhi NCR based association, we always had an advantage when it comes to the OEMs or government. So we always had a very strong relationship. Now, as Desh Bhai has said, we have also settled more than 100 crores of the disputes, mainly between distributors and partners, many backends from OEM which has not come to the partners, and also from all across the country. When a partner approaches us through their respective association, we try to settle down their dispute with any partner from Delhi. And recently also we have closed a issue of about 40 lakh rupees, which was between a partner from Cochin to a partner from Noida. So this is a continuous process which we have to do. The second very important thing which we have seen in the last few years, where we have done the mediation, that a partner has worked with an OEM, quoted the price, suddenly the OEM person goes to the particular organization and changes the partner name over there. The partner who has done all the exercises for that order, when actually the order has to come, suddenly another partner has been placed there. So in 2-3
Future of the industry, future of the trade is going to connect it with that. Today, government procurement, if you see, government had a target of 25% procurement from MSME. This year they have done 33%, and the government is so ambitious that they are picking up the target straight away to 45% for the next year. That means a lot of Indian manufacturing is going to happen, and they are going to get a confirmed order from the government. All these benefits is a responsibility of FITA, that the community is benefited out of it, and we are there to felicitate that.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Devesh bhai. Wonderful. Now I'm coming to Alok bhai. Alok bhai, I know that Picket is the only, I know that you are more professional from the business point of view. You are not doing the any gyan, you do the more business point of view. So just give me the, what are the new opportunities you have created in your Picket band, and as you know, we know that you have a good SI partner and SEO partner also. So I want to know what are the new business opportunities your association has created.
See, thank you, Sohan bhai, for giving this opportunity first. See what happened, that when you look at the association's events, most of the events, when from last 30 years wherever I have visited, I claim that I have visited more number of partners than anyone else, including you. More than 20,000 partners I have visited in person in last 34 years. So in all the events, it is normally that the partners are coming and the OEMs are there. So last year, as you know that we have many SI partners, so there was a discussion in our executive council, and we took an initiative where we did an event where no OEM was supposed to come and give any statement. It was our members, so there were a small exhibition, and then we called 125 CIOs of the industry in that event. They all came, and it was a half-day event, wonderful event. Last year we never thought that almost we had 25 partners who have exhibited there. 25-30% of them, and another 30-40% of the members who could not get the chance that time because of we never thought that event will be so successful. They have started talking, when is the next event like this? So we are considering that in the next event should again be when we are calling the CIOs to meet the partners, and OEMs are coming along with our members. So the stall name is Spark Technologies or Park Technologies or whatever, and OEM is presenting their product within our partners stall, and then CIOs are visiting them, and then they are closing the order after that. So this is again, we always say that business, so this is a business enhancement work we have done.
Wonderful. We are creating our new market for the CIO solution. That's a wonderful thing. Now I'm coming to the Alok bhai. Alok bhai, all we know that Gujarat is one of the hub of the business, and you have the diamond business and textile business also. So as an association, what are the strengths you have? Which are the business segment you are more focusing, and how we are giving the opportunity to the other state also, and is the other brand also coming? So how they get collaborated with you?
As the FITAG, we organize the very little programs like Samanvai, like a Setu, like a Samarthya. It's based on the program to business development and partner upgradation. We are planning to national level exhibitions visited with the delegations, and international exhibitions like Teisha, Taiwan, Hong Kong, HKTDC, and Barcelona also. At this year, we are planned out other 5 countries exhibition visit like US, Japan, Thailand, and also Dubai. This is the association-based activities, and we are planned to each and every association's partner and teams to go to the exhibitions and visit and to take other next level technologies and to upgrade their areas, associations and partners business development. And based on government side, we are regularly connected with government and its policy making, like a Gujarat government IT policy making. So we are connected with every partners and every associations and governments. So this is the way of FITAG to connect to the partners, governments and OEMs.
Thank you, Alok bhai. now I'm coming to Prashantji. Prashantji, you are playing the vital role. You are the heart of the PC, the software industry. You are belongs to software industry. The IOSETA has an association for the software. I understand how you are helping to the software vendors and what are the unique things you are doing in your IOSETA. And if suppose any software new partner who want to come to your association, what are the way and how you can help them?
So ISOTA is a pan-India organization. We have members right from Jammu Kashmir to Kerala, and then from Gujarat till Northeast we have members. It's not a very big association. We have about 200 odd members. But then members come from different backgrounds, different kind of offerings. We have SI reseller members. We have independent software vendors as members. We have distributor members as members. So we have multiple types of members. Secondly, so this is how we can collaborate with each other. We work with each other. We compete with each other, but we are all, at the end of the day, we are all friends. The next thing is that we are looking at things in a different fashion, wherein we are going international. We are regularly invited by a competition for mobile apps which happens in Hong Kong. So we are not only part of the judge panel, we are also nominating members from here. A couple of members from our association have also participated there, and they've been shortlisted for the competition. So, and then we have a property called Tech Summit, which happens outside India, wherein we take all the members. It's a sponsored event, so sponsors are also there. We try and collaborate and involve the local government there also. So we've been doing these events all across Southeast Asia. Now we've started looking at it in the Middle East, and we've not only got financial contribution from those countries, but business opportunities also. Regularly, so you asked about how members can benefit, how new members can come in. So not only that, but new OEMs also approaches that they are looking for partners, they are looking for distributors in this particular region. They are wanting to expand their business in this particular region, and we circulate those informations among the members. This is how you can join with them. I have myself started distributing a particular sponsor which I took to one of my events last year in Abu Dhabi. So this is how business happens, collaboration happens. Then there are a lot of new members which also start coming in. So we have a simple process. It's an online process wherein a member, simple 2-page application form is there about turnover, etc. So since we are a software dealers association, we try and get numbers from the software business that you have to have a minimum X number of volume coming from the software side of business, and you are good to go. That's it. And you just need a recommendation from one of the existing members. We are good to go. And we keep on adding about 5 to 10 members every year.
Wonderful, sir. Wonderful. So wonderful that all the fraternity from different industry and different association also. I'd like to thanks. And I want to give big round of applause for all the association. They are helping to grow the industry. Thank you. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Swapan, for many questions. I only wanted one question, but you helped us with very relevant questions. And with that, I'd like to end this wonderful panel discussion. Again, I would like to emphasize that it's leaders like this who are sitting on the stage who has helped the industry to grow to where we are. There's a lot of, pardon my word, there's a lot of dirty work they have to do, a lot of difficult work they have to do long hours, they have to be patient in many important meetings to get the final outcome. Thanks to all of you, sir.
Thank you very much, everyone on the panel. I would request Mr. Swapan Roy to present a token of appreciation to all the panelists. Thanks to Geonix. We'll take this opportunity to thank Mr. Devesh Rastogi, Mr. Alok Ghelani, Mr. Alok Gupta, Mr. Champak Raj Gujar, Mr. Nilesh Kadakia, and Mr. Prashant Jain for joining us on this final panel discussion. We'd also like to thank Geonix for the gifts that we are presenting to all the panelists. Thank you, Mr. Sukanta Dev, for doing the honors, for moderating all the panels and always supporting us. Thank you, sir. I would request Mr. Swapan Roy to kindly stay back on stage, as this is the time to present Top Association Awards, Best ICT Association Awards for 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, starting with the Best Education Solution Partner of 2023, the award goes to Next Gen Chandigarh. Up next is the award for Best Gaming Case Brand of 23. The award goes to Fractal Design. Now comes the Association Awards. The Best National Level ICT Federation of 2023 award goes to FITA. I would request the association members to please come up on stage. The Best Infotech Software Dealers Association of 2023 award goes to iSoda. The Best SI and Retailers in Technology Association of the Year goes to ASIRT. The Best Regional ICT Federation of 2023 goes to FITAC Gujarat. Under the same award category, the award goes to PCAT Delhi. The Best Regional ICT Association Award also goes to TATE Mumbai. Under the same award category, may I please invite on stage CMDA Delhi. Mr. Puneet, can we please have you on stage? Up next, the Best Regional ICT Association of 2023 award goes to PACT Punjab. The Best Regional ICT Association Award goes to Nectar Guwahati. The same award goes to Siddha Shimla IT Dealers Association. Okay. The Best Regional ICT Association of 2023, Shimla IT Dealers Association. The Best Regional ICT Association of 2023 goes to JCDA Jammu. The Best Regional ICT Association of 2023 goes to BITOAA Madhya Pradesh. The Best Regional ICT Association of 2023 goes to UCTA Udaipur. The Best Regional ICT Association of 2023 goes to JCTA Jalandhar. Can we have the representative from JCDA Jalandhar on stage? The Best Regional ICT Association of 2023 goes to ADCTA Delhi. Can we have the representative from ADCTA Delhi on stage? Up next we have the Best Regional ICT Association of 2023, ACE Ludhiana. The Best Regional ICT Association of 2023 goes to RCTA Rajasthan. Up next, the Best Regional ICT Association of 2023 award goes to CMDA Mumbai. Up next, the Best Regional ICT Association of 2023 goes to Compass Eastern India. The next Best Regional ICT Association award goes to CMDA Pune. The Best Regional ICT Consortium of 2023 is Confed ITA Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry. And final on the list, the Best Regional ICT Association of 2023 goes to ITAO Odisha. We'd like to present a partner award. The Best Software Solutions Partner of 2023 award goes to ITPRO Jalandhar.